The Senate will come to order. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I impose a call of the Senate.
The Senate is now under call. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, will you be so kind, if possible, for you to stand? In our tradition, we always start with prayer, which is followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Today's chaplain is Sharon Day from the Indigenous Peoples Task Force in Minneapolis. And a gentle reminder, once the prayer is completed, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Bujun and Indaway Magani Dug, Nagamo Mayangan and Dishnakaz, Wabashashi and Dodam, Ojibwe Kwe and Dow, and Dishnejo Medeo, Medewan Kwe and Dow. Good morning. It's an honor to be here, and I want to sing my prayer song this morning. And in Ojibwe, the song says, it welcomes the four directions, the east, the south, the west, the north, and says thank you to our earth, our mother, and to the sky, Ishpaming. And then it says thank you to every single one of our grandmothers and grandfathers, going all the way back to the beginning of time. And then finally, it says thank you in the most profound way to that creator. And I know that as you're ending your deliberations here, that I also pray that you will enter these negotiations and deliberations not only with your thoughts in your brain, but also from your heart, with compassion and empathy. Miigwech. Wabanang shawanang ingavia kiwedanang. Wabanang shawanang ingavia kiwedanang. Miigwech wendan ni mama haki. Miigwech wendan ishpaming. Miigwech wendan. Miigwech wendan no komisanan. Miigwech wendan mishomisanan. Miigwech wendan gizhemanedu. Miigwech wendan no komisanan. Miigwech wendan mishomisanan. Miigwech wendan gizhemanedu. Gwech.
Thank you, members. The secretary will take the roll.
Abler, Anderson, Barr, Bolden, Carlson, Champion, Coleman, Swedzinski, Dames, Dibble, Dornick, Draheim, Drazkowski, Duckworth, Diedzik, Eichhorn, Farnsworth, Fateh, Frentz, Green, Grunhagen, Gustafson, Hoschild, Herr, Hoffman, Housley, Howe, Jasinski, Johnson, Klein, Coran, Kroon, Kunish, Kupek, Lang, Latz, Liskey, Limmer, Lucero, Mann, Marty, Matthews, McQuaid, McEwen, Miller, Mitchell, Mohammed, Morrison, Murphy, Nelson, Umover-Baton, Pappas, Pa, Port, Pratt, Putnam, Rarick, Rasmussen, Rest, Seeberger, Utke, Weber, Wiesenberg, Westland, Westrom, Wickland, Zhang.
Thank you. A quorum is present, members. The following members intend to vote from a remote location under Rule 40.7, Senator Anderson and Senator Diedzik. Members, if you'd like to follow along, I'm looking at today's agenda dated Monday, May 6th. We will begin with the second order of business, executive and official communications. The following communications was received. Please make note of it, and no action is required. Members will now proceed to the third order of business, messages from the House. The Secretary will read the first message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following Senate file as amended by the House, in which amendments the concurrence of the Senate is respectfully requested. Senate File Number 5289, a bill for an act relating to economic development. Senate File Number 5289 is herewith returned to the Senate. Signed, Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Senator Murphy for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of Senator Champion, I move the Senate do not concur in the amendments by the House to Senate File 5289, and that a conference committee of 3 members be appointed by the Subcommittee on Conference Committees on the part of the Senate to act with a like conference committee appointed on the part of the House.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Secretary will read the next message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce that the House refuses to concur in the Senate amendments to House File Number 4757. House File Number 4757, a bill for an act relating to cannabis. The House respectfully requests that a conference committee of 5 members be appointed thereon. Stevenson, Hanson J., Kozlowski, Fraser, and West have been appointed as such committee on the part of the House. House File Number 4757 is herewith transmitted to the Senate with a request that the Senate appoint a like committee. Signed, Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Senator Port for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference committee on House File Number 4757, and that a conference committee of 5 members be appointed by the Subcommittee on Conference Committees on the part of the Senate to act with a like conference committee appointed on the part of the House.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The message prevails. There's a message to read at the desk. The Secretary will read the message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following House file herewith transmitted. House File Number 4411.
Members, no action is required. The next order of business is the fourth order of business, first reading of House bills. The Secretary will give the House files its first reading.
House File Number 4411, a bill for an act relating to elections.
House File Number 4411 will be referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration for comparison with Senate File Number 4260. Members will now proceed to the fifth order of business, reports of committees. Senator Murphy for a motion to adopt committee reports.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee reports printed in the agenda be adopted, and I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the motion to adopt committee reports. Members, please vote. Senator Jasinski for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no. Members, please vote. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 37 ayes and 27 noes, the motion to adopt committee reports is adopted. Members, we will now proceed to the seventh order of business, second reading of House bills. The secretary will read the House file numbers.
House file numbers 2609, 4300, and 5247.
The House files have been given their second reading. Members, we'll proceed now to the eighth order of business, introduction and first reading of Senate bills. The bills listed on today's introduction calendar are given their first reading and referred as indicated. Members, we'll now proceed to the ninth order of business, motion and resolutions. We adopt the author's motions as one motion. All in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Remaining on the motions and resolutions, Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bills be made special orders for immediate consideration. Members, the list is on your desk.
Members, that is correct. The special orders list is on your desk, and we will begin with House File number 5040. Senator Frentz for the Omnibus Pensions Bill.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. I'm proud to present the Omnibus Pension Bill this year. I'll start with this. This bill, with the same language, passed the House of Representatives 132-0. Included is support for teachers, for our public pensions, for working men and women. And I will go through it briefly, Mr. President. And I do have an amendment, which I'll get to in a second. Members, this is the third consecutive year when pensions had a separate target. That's a good thing. We want to show working men and women that we're not only concerned about their pay, benefits, and working conditions, but their retirement. The bill spends $31.4 million. 28 of that is to Teachers Retirement Association in order to move up the effective date of their early retirement. $1.5 million appropriated to St. Paul Teachers Retirement Fund to provide an employee contribution break for 2 years. And $1.4 million appropriated to a Minnesota IRAP account to TRA transfer account. This is for those members of IRAP who did not get the proper notice and would like to transfer to TRA. Members, Article 5 makes changes for MSRS. Article 8 is the amortization provision. For those of you watching this, and even for those of you that aren't watching, we changed the amortization last year for teachers' retirement account to 2053. All our other pension plans are 2048. And so wouldn't you know it, the pension plan bill here moves it back to 2048. Article 2 refers to the State Auditor's Volunteer Firefighters Work Group. Just a quick thank you to the State Auditor's Office and to the work group. This is a long anticipated set of principles that will help make changes, redefine firefighter, and continue to promote the roughly 90% of Minnesota firefighters who are volunteers. Also in Article 3, the statewide volunteer plan. We're going to codify Minnesota State Patrol that members can now continue working for their unit until age 60 without being penalized by an earnings cap. Do you like Senator Pappas's Secure Choice program? Well, then you'll be glad to know that this bill will allow the permitting of home and community-based services employees to participate in Secure Choice. Thank you to Senator Pappas for that. It will allow workers to count their student loan payments as the employee side of the contribution in their pension plans. And it will protect state pension appropriations by taking the look back from 1 year to 3 years. What that means is it will be more thorough when we make the decision to take the pension funding and the state money away from it. Finally, in Article 4, we're going to take the para correctional plan benefit multiplier up to 2.2%. Article 10, executive director compensation. Let me tell you, the changes we make here will allow us to set executive director compensation and take into account, Mr. President, that a plan director is a different animal than a commissioner. And with that, Mr. President, I would like to offer the A50 amendment.
Senator Frentz offers the A50 amendment. The secretary will report the A50 amendment.
Senator Frentz moves to amend House File number 5040 as follows. Page 79, lines 22 to 25, delete the new language and This is the A50 amendment.
Senator Frentz to your A50 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A50 simply puts in language that conforms to an agreement that we reached with Minnesota Management and Budget on executive driver compensation. There is peace in the valley, so to speak, and I would ask members for a yes vote on the A50 amendment.
Any other discussion on the A50 amendment? Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also encourage a yes vote on the A50.
All in favor of the A50 say aye. All opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A50 is adopted. Any other discussion on House File 5040? Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I want to just note that Article 13 contains the actual appropriations. When we make pension fund changes, we want to pay for it. This bill does that. And Mr. President, if you'll indulge me, I'd like to say a few thank yous. First of all, thank you to the Senate members of the Pension Commission, Senator Pappas, Senator Seeberger, Senator Westland, Senator Nelson, Senator Howe, and Senator Rasmussen. Thank you for this bipartisan work. The bill's bipartisan and the bill's in it are bipartisan. I also want to say a special thanks to the nonpartisan staff. That includes Executive Director Susan Lencheski. Outstanding work again and again in the Pension Commission by Ms. Lencheski. Likewise, outstanding work by Deputy Director Sean Kelly and the Commission Assistant Lisa Dislin. Thank you to all three of you for being rocks of the pension staff. That is the only way it would work. I also want to mention, Mr. President, our Senate DFL researcher, Ryan Majerus. Without Ryan, we would not be seeing the bill in front of you, constantly available. And with that, Mr. President, with a tip of the cap to the plan directors and staff, I would ask members for a yes vote, hoping to send the same message that the House did. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion on House File 5040? Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I think from what I've heard, it's a good pension bill, but I do have a question if Senator Frentz would yield.
Senator Frentz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you. Yeah, my question is this. You know, I've been in the financial services business for a number of years, and when we look at the private sector across our state and even nation, they've moved to a defined contribution like 401k, something like that, rather than a defined benefit for a number of reasons. And in some cases, because going to a defined contribution, it exceeded the monthly retirement benefit that would have been experienced under a defined benefit plan. So does a participant in pension plans, any of the pension plans, have an option to do defined contribution versus defined benefit, or are all the pension plans defined benefit?
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Gruenhagen. That's a good question. The vast majority of our pension plans are defined benefit. The IRAP accounts, which I mentioned earlier, were a defined contribution. However, to your question, and recognizing the wisdom of your point about investment returns, the majority of Minnesota state plans are defined benefit. And I would just give you this take. Most of our public employees prefer defined benefit, especially as life expectancies are increasing, because most of our plan beneficiaries are not trying to get rich, they're trying to avoid getting poor. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Gruenhagen.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, thanks for that response, Senator Frentz. I think in the future, those who are on the pension plan, it does need to be a robust discussion, and I think you should give employees the option to choose defined contribution versus defined benefit. Again, there's hardly any defined benefit other than very old plans left in the private sector that I'm aware of. They've all moved to a defined contribution, and it does seem in many cases the benefit paid out at retirement is higher than under a defined benefit plan. So thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will give House File 5040 its third reading.
House File Number 5040, a bill for an act relating to retirement, etc.
Third readings. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I rise in support of this year's pension bill and want to thank members of the Pension Commission for their bipartisan work. Why do we do pension policy? For me, the answer to that question is ensuring that we are meeting our obligations, our promises to teachers, county workers, state workers who have decided to go into public service. And as a part of that, we have promised them the pension benefits. And it's important for the Pension Commission to ensure that those promises that are made are kept in the future. And what that often means, Mr. President, is that good pension policy is about delayed gratification. It's about making the smart decisions today to ensure that we put ourselves and Minnesota and Minnesotans who are participating in our pension plans, state taxpayers, that we are putting them on a path for success in the future. And I'm happy to say that this bill continues us along that path of protecting workers and taxpayers from unexpected and larger than expected unfunded liabilities. A couple of features of this bill that I want to highlight is that one, which is always really important for me in any pension bill, is that it does not increase unfunded liabilities. That we are paying for any benefit change or increase that is in this bill that is meaningful. I also wanted to highlight, Mr. President, the really important alignment in amortization dates for all of our statewide pension plans. Well, this might not seem like an important topic. It is critical to ensuring that our pension plans are on track to be fully funded, and that's good for teachers. It's good for taxpayers, it's good for school districts to ensure that we all have accurate information on the true cost, liabilities, and funding levels for Minnesota's pension funds. I also think we made some really important changes in this bill to help increase the attractiveness of our statewide volunteer plan for Minnesota's volunteer firefighters. One of the few benefits that our volunteer firefighters get is their Relief Association pension plan. And in this bill, we build off of work that was done last year to allow more flexibility and allow those volunteer relief associations to choose a defined contribution plan if they decide to do that. Many of these plans are actually significantly overfunded, and so by having that option, we will increase the amount of money that is available for volunteer firefighter pension benefits, helping them to attract and retain volunteer firefighters. Mr. President, I think in this bill we also respect the hard work of Minnesota correctional officers, both at the county level and the state level. And we also build on work from last year to help teachers have the opportunity to retire earlier by moving ahead the effective date for the normal retirement age reduction that was passed last session. So there's a lot of good things in this bill. I know with a pension bill there's also a lot of disappointed people. People who wanted bigger benefit increases, bigger changes that we simply didn't have the money or resources to afford. But Mr. President, I go back to what again makes good pension policy, and it's oftentimes about making the hard decisions today to ensure that we're setting up Minnesota workers, taxpayers, and local units of government for success in the future. And so, Mr. President, I would encourage a yes vote on this bill. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Senator Frentz.
Sorry, Mr. President. I thought maybe I'll just give final remarks, but when that's time.
Senator Frentz, Senator Nelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I'm glad you saw my hand there. Just to stand and also ask for a green vote on this pensions bill. It does include good things for our teachers, our firefighters, and most importantly, it's fiscally responsible. Senator Rasmussen mentioned many of those points. I want to specifically mention two that I think are going to help with some of our shortages. One has to do with allowing retired teachers to not pay a penalty should they go back and help fill with the immense shortage we have of teachers. And another provision allows firefighters to participate equally in the para P&F fund, regardless of where they originally started their training. This is just treating them equally, and it will allow, I believe, for helping bring more of those firefighters quite frankly, into our state, which we need so badly. So I encourage a green vote. Thank you.
Any other discussion before we go to the bill author? Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. The pension work is rewarding, and it also has a lasting impact. I want to say additional thanks to the chair and the other body. As many know, the gavel goes back and forth, and Chair Kaliher was simply outstanding, and so was her staff. With that, Mr. President, I would ask members for a green vote on the omnibus pension bill.
The Secretary would take the roll on final passage as amended of House File 5040. Members, please vote. Senator Umu verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no. All senators having voted who desires a vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 8 noes, House File 5040 is passed and its title agreed to. Members, we are now going to Senate File 4942, but I'd like to make certain that we're clear on the process, members. We are now going to Senate File 4942, but I want to make sure that I explain the process for bills that has a number of different topics in it. I did have a chance to talk to both sides, so this is not just me saying this. When we get to, let's say for an example, 4942, it is the omnibus bill for agriculture, commerce, and energy. Once the various leads have an opportunity to give brief opening statements as to what's in the bill in their section, then we'll also provide an opportunity for the ranking member from the minority caucus to also talk briefly, and then we will take each subject matter separately when it comes to amendments. For an example, agriculture would be up first, and then any amendments there will be dealt with, and then so on and so forth. That's what we talked about. That is what we think makes sense, and I just wanted to make sure I brought that to the members' attention, so as we proceed forward, we'll do it in an orderly and thoughtful way so that everyone gets an opportunity to talk, and then you have one subject matter expert talking at each time. So with that being said, Senator Frentz to Senate File 4942.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. Very proud to present Senate File 4942, the Omnibus Energy, Commerce, and Agriculture Bill. Before we have the leads and the chairs speak to each provision, I want to say thank you, Mr. President, for the energy support that we've received. Thank you to interns Jacob Voss and Sam Mikas. Thank you to committee pages CJ Larson, Michaela Hartje, and Olivia Mendel Wandersedes. Thank you to Olivia Severson and Dan Mueller, Senate Counsel and Fiscal. Thank you to GOP researcher Brian Hinkst, and a special thanks, Mr. President, to researcher Cassie Tommerdahl for the outstanding support in the energy jurisdiction all year. And I would just say finally, thanks that can't be put into words to Committee Legislative Assistant Travis Ernest and our outstanding Committee Administrator Justin Emmerich. Mr. President, with that, I think we're going to Senator Putnam.
I want to make sure that we're clear. So you just did which portion, Senator Frentz?
Mr. President just introduced the omnibus bill, but can speak to the energy portion first if you want, before we go to Senator Putnam on agriculture.
I think that would make sense because after you, because you're going to do your portion, then we're going to have the ranking member for the energy portion, and then Senator Putnam, and then whoever is the ranking member of his section.
Very well, Mr. President, and thank you. Members, glad to present the energy articles of the omnibus bill in Senate File 4942. The energy jurisdiction had a $1 million general fund target and also appropriates money through the Renewable Development Account. The budget items include the Advanced Nuclear Study of Senator Matthews. I remind members that this Advanced Nuclear Study bill was supported unanimously and bipartisanly in the Energy Committee. There's a thermal energy sustainability study that will be administered by the Department of Commerce at $500,000. We've included grant development assistance. Members will recall last year's state competitiveness fund, and the grant assistance will help those grant applicants submit the strongest applications. There's a thermal energy deployment work group. Geothermal energy is going to be a very effective future carbon-free generation, and heating and cooling, they're in there. In the Advanced Nuclear Study, members were simply saying that the state of Minnesota should study small modular nuclear. It does not commit us to a certain energy mix. It does not lift the state's nuclear moratorium. It simply says we should look at it. Same for the thermal energy sustainability study. The grant development assistance, as I said, helps us with Minnesota grantees lock down federal funding. Minnesota is competing with other states' members, and we should get our fair share of the IRA and IIJA. Article 2, members, is the Renewable Development Account. These are funds that are appropriated from the Renewable Development Account funded by Xcel Energy as a part of the arrangement with the nuclear waste that is stored at Prairie Island. We have about $18 million available for this year, and we appropriate in this bill $13.6. We do make an appropriation in fiscal year 26, and I'll talk about that in a moment. Mr. President and members, among the Renewable Development Account appropriations are the Sabathani Community Center at $6 million, Dakota County Energy Efficiency at $500,000, the anaerobic digester that has bipartisan support. Members, we are working on reducing solid waste. This develops energy from compostable items, sometimes thrown into the trash by Minnesotans and sent to a landfill. Senator Rest has the ultra-efficient vehicle. A grant, Senator Housley has brought forth the Wildlife Rehabilitation Center. And then there are geothermal heat exchange rebates. This incentivizes the use of geothermal. There are also policy changes, Mr. President. While they are brief, they are important. First of all, we're repealing the RDA reporting requirement. Members, we already have reporting by the Renewable Development Account as part of Xcel's storage of nuclear waste. We are including Senator Lindsay Port's ITIN provision. What this means is that Minnesotans who live here and work here and pay taxes here can have utility services. That's a big plus for Minnesotans. Senator Rarick, as you know, is the author of the ECO Act. Senator Rarick's ECO Act provisions are in here. They are pre-conferencing now, and hopefully we'll find agreement with our partners in the other body. We've included the Department of Commerce, technical and policy changes. These are common sense changes brought to us by our friends at the Department of Commerce and are non-controversial. We've included the Commercial PACE program. This is also brought to us by Senator Port. Members, we are going to incentivize commercial building efficiency, and we're going to extend the loan provisions. So thank you to Senator Port for bringing that forward. That, too, is considered not controversial. Members, what we're doing here, while modest in terms of financial impact, continues our state's effort to provide reliable, affordable, and clean energy. And with that, Mr. President, I would ask members to consider supporting the energy article in the bill. I believe we're going to Senator Putnam. To Senator Matthews, excuse me, Mr. President.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate the chance as well to discuss the energy part of the bill. I too would like to start by thanking the staff that have worked on the Energy Committee, particularly our staff for the GOP caucus. I want to thank Bryce Hinkst, who's been a fantastic researcher for energy policy this year. Also want to thank my legislative assistant, Matthew Noonan, that came to the Senate already with a lot of energy policy experience under his belt. He's been a tremendous resource and a tremendous asset as we've been moving along. Mr. President, the energy portion of this bill, there's definitely a lot more items that could have been in here that would have been very controversial and very objectionable. We have a decent it's my view on the energy piece of the bill is fairly bland. There are some things that I like, some things that I would rather have not put in here had I been in charge of putting the bill together, and then there are a few pieces that I do strongly disagree with in here. But every time that the Senate Republicans came to the Energy Committee, it was for the goal of pushing affordable, reliable, and always-on energy sources. We were there to be the voice of reason and common sense in energy policy. And what we have in this bill is actually very little that are protecting ratepayers by making the system more reliable and more affordable. We had very extensive debate on this last year on the contrasting energy policies in the state of Minnesota and how the Democrats want to bring us towards a system that right now is less affordable and less reliable for many Minnesotans, and are blocking out even some pretty significant clean energy sources that we need in order to meet this reliability standard. The bill does take one small step in the right direction by taking my bill that was in here on the nuclear study, and I had the bill is going to allot $300,000 for this advanced nuclear technology study. I have been the author of this bill for several years. We tried to run it through last year. It died in conference committee with the House. Hoping we have a different result, but we have a same makeup here at the Capitol right now, so we will see how that goes. And I do appreciate this one small step. It clearly doesn't go far enough because we actually need to start implementing the steps necessary to have all the tools in the toolbox, which includes nuclear energy. We are now only 16 years away from the 2040 standard fully kicking in. And each passing year that we do not do something on lifting the moratorium is going to continue to crunch and put further pressure on all Minnesotans by limiting the sources of where our energy can come from, driving up costs, and putting a strain on our reliability. So if we want to accomplish our clean energy goals, we need to make nuclear energy a part of our energy portfolio. And so we are going to have a series of amendments that are going to continue to push for these common sense solutions that will be promoting reliability and affordability. Mr. President, my feedback on the RDA portion of this bill is it seems we've gone afoul of what the original intent of the fund was for. And the RDA fund now seems to be just another slush fund to use for pet projects. There's clearly pieces in here that are almost, that are essentially going to be direct appropriations to specific companies that don't have the grounds to even attract their own private capital. And when they haven't even been able to meet that minimum standard, why we run in with state dollars to fund what the private sector hasn't been attracted to supporting is the wrong direction. The biggest piece in the RDA that meets that standard, in my opinion, is the ultra-efficient vehicle piece that I'm sure it's a great product, a lofty goal, but it's not something that should be used with our state RDA dollars in this way, as the company's not even been able to meet the minimum standards that I think should be met with growing their own business. And as we've gone through, there's just so many loose ends that are in some of these RDA pieces, including projects that have a stated goal of what it will be spent on, such as energy efficiency projects in Dakota County that include but not limited to a list of things, which leaves it very open-ended, that we're not going to have the accountability of what Minnesotans deserve, but allows in the language of the bill for it to be spent on just about anything that they want to have happen. We could go through the policy that's in the bill. We're going to get through them in great detail later, Mr. President. I am glad that the chair has been working with Senator Rarick on the eco provision that's in the bill. I'd urge them to continue to work at least to how Senator Rarick wants to have that set up, if not more. I still remain personally opposed to that section because it is picking winners and losers among our energy sectors, including propane. And I still do not understand why there has been the resistance by this majority to take on and negotiate with the propane industry that provides a valuable clean energy service. They have stepped in the gap, especially in times of emergencies and weather crises, that have met a need that's kept our system secure and online, and why we continue to reject their ideas and trying to work with them and putting them on, giving them the short end of the stick in all of this legislation is beyond me. That's why I continue to remain opposed to that legislation, but at the very least, I'm glad that they're working with Senator Rarick in that regard. So, Mr. President, we will have a series of amendments later on at the appropriate time that are focused on making our energy system more reliable and more affordable for Minnesotans, because the current Democrat majority is pulled us in a huge way in the wrong direction on that last year, is doing precious little to rectify that in this bill here. And I'll just point to your attention, Mr. President, right now in real time on a very sunny and windy day outside. So it's going to be a good high solar, high energy, high solar, high wind day for our energy production. We are still in real time getting over 70% of the energy that we're using right now from coal, gas, and nuclear generation. That's currently on the MISO grid right now in real time, and that's with this being a very high wind and high solar generating day. Right now we're getting about 20% from wind and 6% from solar, both of which are very high numbers, well above average that we see throughout the year. And so we need to keep that in mind, that we need an all of the above focus on having all the energy sectors in play and not just cutting ourselves to the weather-dependent, intermittent energy sources that's going to make it expensive and unreliable for Minnesotans. So we look forward to continuing the discussion. That my side of the aisle will continue to be pushing for common sense measures with our energy, and we look forward to having a robust discussion with our amendments at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Putnam, for your opening statements on your portion of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. This bill that you have before us, the agriculture provisions, agriculture finance provisions that you have before you, isn't just a good bill, it's a great bill. And it's great because of who worked on it and how we worked on it. So I'd like to start by acknowledging our friends who did all this work together. That includes committee members committee members, Senators Anderson, Dames, Dornick, Gustafson, Kunish, Kupek, Seeberger, and Westrom. And our committee pages, C.J. Larson, Michaela Hartzi, Olivia McElwainers. And our interns, Mason Bierbaum, Chelsea Williams. Nonpartisan committee staff, the indomitable Laura Painter and the mighty Eric Olafson. Partisan committee staff, Andy Larson, Amanda Peterson, Nick Roth, and Hunter Peterson. You are phenomenal people to work with, and the result is as phenomenal as you are. This bill is also significant because of how we did it. And how we did it is we focused on problems and we came up with solutions. So I'd like to talk through a couple of those problems and the solutions that we offered just very briefly to give you a greater sense of the spirit that animates the bill in its totality. The first of those is one that we are all familiar with, the concern about nitrate saturation in the karst region in southeastern Minnesota. We're all familiar that this is a problem, but what we might not appreciate is the complexity of the problem, the duration of the problem, and how it crosses over multiple jurisdictions. In this bill, we take this situation very seriously. First, we dedicate $2 million to the Department of Health to work on the quality of wells themselves and to make potable water available to people in those communities. Now, it's been said that about 11% of the wells in the karst region have excessive levels of nitrate pollution. It's also been said that 16% of those wells are not up to code. In fact, Jeff Broberg, who works in this area, tells us that of the 11% of these wells, he thinks that about 60% of them aren't up to code. He even told a story about a well that was hand dug in 1867 and is 13 feet deep. That is part of the problem. And so our solution to the problem is to deal with the quality of these wells first. Secondly, getting people potable water immediately. We're giving $750,000 to the Department of Agriculture to create reverse osmosis plans for folks throughout that region. Now, one thing that's really important to realize is this is not just installing the filters, it's also 1 year of maintenance. So we're going to take care of this problem for people who need drinking water in the karst region for an entire year. And I should also add that we have means tested this portion of this resource, and that it's going to go to people who make 300% of the federal poverty level. Lastly, we've dedicated $500,000 to the soil health program. This is an intervention that helps farmers do what farmers want to do, which is take care of their land and to farm sustainably. These soil health grants are incredibly popular across the state. This is a very specific intervention to this region that will help deal with this problem not just now, but in the long-term future. Members, you should be proud of how the Senate is appreciating responding to the nitrate crisis in the karst region. And it's also fortuitous that today is Native American Day on the Hill, because we have also dealt with a problem that has created all kinds of tension between various stakeholders in our state, citizens and fellow Minnesotans. And that is the issue around wild rice research. Members, you are all aware of how controversial and difficult an issue that has been to solve. Since 2015, we have had tremendous tension between the University of Minnesota, cultivated wild rice producers, and native stand producers. Members, we have cracked this. The solution in this bill has actually created peace in the paddy. I paused for laughter, and you disappointed me. We have solved this problem that has caused so much drama and so much trouble for so many years simply by actually talking to people and by doing the work that we're supposed to do. Another thing that we've done in this bill is turkey lasers. We're not actually arming turkeys with lasers. Unfortunately, what we're doing is we're providing resources so that farmers can get infrared lasers to discourage waterfowl from appearing in their barns. And that's important because that's how high-path avian influenza occurs. It occurs because geese, ducks, waterfowl get in and they pollute and cause problems for our turkey populations. So these infrared lasers are prophylactic. They're going to stop high-path from starting in the first place. And members, you may say, well, $500,000 is a lot of money, but it's a lot less than we would spend if we instead just treated the problem after it happened. This intervention in turkey lasers is actually going to stop the problem before it can start. So that's another thing that we should be really proud of. And then we're also working on something called the Agriculture Fertilizer Research Program, the AFREC program. Our bill keeps that clean, keeps it dedicated to the kinds of research that it needs to do. Members, we often talk about the varieties of solutions that we suggest, but what's excellent to me and most important to me about AFREC is that it's also a democratic process. Rarely do we have farmers sitting down with academics talking through ways to solve problems. And little known secret, members, is that farmers know the nitrate problem and soil quality are issues, and they are already working on these issues through the AFREC program. So I'm proud of the fact that we have kept it clean and kept it going for another 10 years. We also have some bills and some ideas from some of our GOP friends who are in here, and I want to take a moment to especially acknowledge Senator Dornick's great work for resources to help high school kids learn how to become meat cutters, become butchers. So it's an excellent workforce intervention, and I'm grateful for Senator Dornick for authoring it, and I'm proud to have it in our bill. And I just have to one last time mention that we also include in this bill Senator Westrum's reindeer. So, members, this isn't just a good bill, it's a great bill. And you have an opportunity to vote for this great bill today, and for that I say you're welcome.
The ranking member for Agriculture is Senator Westrum. For your opening statement, Senator Westrum.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, I rise to talk about the agriculture section of this as the Republican ranking member on the committee. Senator Putnam and myself and our members had a good working relationship. This is a good bill, but it got put together with two other much more controversial bills. And so, Mr. President, I wish we could be voting on this subject matter alone in this bill, because I think you'd see a vastly different result in the vote. So I just put that marker in the ground, Mr. President and members. Anything we can do to break this part off, I think it would minimize the work for the agriculture chair and those of us on the committee working on any conference changes or negotiations, because I think we've got a good bill that could pass the Senate with flying colors. For the ag portion. Very little changes would be made, if any. But I do want to highlight a few issues that Senator Putnam already talked about, so I won't repeat them too much. Southeast Minnesota, Senator Dornick and others have been working on that issue or that concern with the Department of Agriculture. And it's really a pilot project to maybe help solve a situation of high nitrates that have been in the ground in that area for many decades, long before it even became popular as a problem. I've known people that have lived down there, and it's just been a well-known issue, just given the ground and the topography and that part of the region. There's a lot of finger-pointing sometimes towards agriculture as being the cause, but this problem existed long before that became popular, to point the fingers at agriculture. And certainly it's something we want to make sure, if there's a simple solution that we've got in this bill, basically help people with a water treatment system. Many people already use this across the state. It's not just Southeast Minnesota that people like to put in RO systems. It's in my area too. We have hard water. Many people like the taste of RO better than hard water coming out of the ground. The natural God-given minerals that are in the ground for many good reasons, many times something for us to mine. But this is a good way to try this, and we also have a lot of money in the legacy bill that passed through finance for some of these clean water options. So I think this pilot project is going to have a real shot in the arm, a real benefit if it works in Southeast Minnesota to help people get RO systems to clean up the water that Senator Dornick and Senator Putnam and others have worked hard on. We have some money. Senator Dornick, again, brought a bill for meat cutting to fund $375,000 of additional grants to our school districts that are starting to teach much more actively students how to cut meat and how meats get processed, something that's a lifelong lesson part of the technical aspect that our schools and agriculture departments, ag and educators have done for a long time. We have some active ag educators out in west central Minnesota and across the state that have really taken the bull by the horn, no pun intended, but they've taken that bull by the horn, and now they're taking that meat that comes out of those animals and showing students how to process that meat. And the first round of grants went spectacular, went fast. There was great demand for it. And this is also part of the labor supply issue, members, that we can be a piece of the solution to help students start learning at 15, 16, 17, 18, right in their high school, if that's a direction they want to go in life. Maybe they want to own their own butcher shop. Maybe they want to work for a local butcher shop. Maybe they want to start custom processing their own animals that they raise and graze. And so this is a good, promising direction for meat cutting. There's not a lot of other dollars in here, but there's $75,000 for elk deprivation. Senator Wiesenberg and others have been working on that, raising the alarm bell and the issues that are going along with this. We wished we could have had a couple $100,000 to help the deer farmers and the second fence that's being required on several of them. Just a token and a way to help this government-imposed cost that deer farmers, family farmers, that are in many times repurposing a dairy farm, a dairy barn that maybe has gone idle because they've sold out their 30 or 50 cows for a different occupation, or it's just too much work. Many of those barns and farms around the state have been repurposed into deer farming. Unfortunately, we don't have that fencing assistance in here, which is being imposed by other government regulations. We thought it would have been prudent to put that in. We will keep working for that. I know Chair Putnam has a interest in that area as well, but his target certainly wasn't an off year, smaller amount, and we've got other places and priorities to put it. So all in all, members, this is a good part of the bill, the agriculture. I would urge your support of the ag section. I wish we could break it off, Mr. Chair and Chair Putnam, which I've talked to you about. Oops, I better not look at him. I'll violate the rules. But Mr. President, I would urge members to support the ag section, or if they have any questions, talk to Chair Putnam or myself. We'd be happy to work through that. But again, it's hooked to a couple other subjects that are much more controversial and concerning.
Senator Klein, for your opening statements on your portion of the bill. Senator Klein.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members, for reviewing the Commerce and Consumer Protection fiscal bill this year. The centerpiece of the legislative spending in this bill is the Minnesota Consumer Data Privacy Act. 12 states currently have enacted comprehensive data privacy laws to provide consumers with more choice about how companies acquire and utilize their personal data. This commerce budget includes the Minnesota Consumer Data Privacy Act, which will provide Minnesota consumers with new rights over how they control and process their personal data. The bill also has provisions protecting the 340B pharmaceutical program. The 340B program is a federal program that requires pharmaceutical manufacturers to give discounts to our safety net hospitals, often hospitals that operate in rural Minnesota, and the pharmacies that treat those hospitals. Despite the federal legislation around 340B, drug makers continue to deny discounts to our vital safety net institutions. That denial impacts local hospitals and pharmacies that are operating on razor-thin margins. Provisions within the bill in front of you will require pharmaceutical manufacturers to provide 340B discounts to safety net hospitals and pharmacies when they are required to do so, and will sustain your local pharmacies and your local hospitals. Members, there's a provision to address the scourge that we're all familiar with about copper wire theft in the state of Minnesota. Thieves are taking copper wire out of light fixtures within the cities and any other place that they can find them. You'll see on your desks a letter supporting this copper wire registration or licensing fee from tens and tens of mayors across the state of Minnesota. And while that letter is predominantly signed by metro area mayors. We have similar letters from communities as far spread as Orinoco, Long Beach, and Dilworth. It's a problem all over the state of Minnesota. What the Commerce bill in front of you seeks to do to solve it is to create a $250 licensing fee through the Department of Commerce so that the Department of Commerce can record and understand all sellers or who is selling copper wire in the state of Minnesota and crack down on the scourge of theft. Members, there's a provision in here. The last legislative provision is protecting student loan borrowers in Minnesota. Currently, Minnesota has some of the highest borrowing rates in the country for student loans. When borrowers struggle to repay student loan debt, it can impact their ability to buy homes, start businesses, build wealth, and save for retirement. Since student loan payments resumed in September 2023, the Department of Education has imposed penalties on multiple federal servicers for misconduct, which has impacted millions of borrowers. It is clear that servicers routinely flout the terms of their own contracts with the Department of Education. The Commerce Finance Omnibus includes a provision that creates a reporting requirement to the Department of Commerce for private lenders who service loans to Minnesota to provide oversight. Members, there are two department provisions within this bill. Both the Office of Cannabis Management and the Department of Commerce financial provisions within the bill. There are a handful of budget-neutral transfers between OCM and Minnesota Department of Health. And additionally, the bill makes a series of small reductions in 2 cannabis grant programs to fund a state testing lab. These changes are part of the growing pains of a new startup agency who's deciding how to best apportion the funds that have been allotted to them and will protect Minnesotans. Members, that is the omnibus bill. I just want to say one other thing about the copper wire provision, because I know we'll be seeing some amendments around that. In the bill that's in front of you, we already accept out several professions who have a legitimate business interest in selling copper wire. We accept out licensed electricians, elevator operator inspectors, plumbing, water conditioning, construction contractors, residential trades, high-pressure piping, boiler inspectors, well boring contractors, elevator boring contractors, and environmental well contractors. None of these professions would be required to obtain the license. Members, I'm open for your questions and the feedback from the ranking member of Commerce.
We're going to the ranking member of Commerce for an overview, and then after that, I will give instructions as to how we're going to go forward again. Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and members, and thanks, Senator Klein, for bringing this bill forward. It is interesting the amount of finances in this bill is not much more than the amount of policy, and so I'm kind of surprised that we're putting a lot of policy in a finance bill, but it's here, and that's the way it is. There's an issue. There's an issue or a part of this that's with the an assessment increase for the insurance companies for the to go to the fraud bureau, and this is supported by the industry because they feel the more people that they can get investigating fraud on claims, the better chance there is to reduce the amount of claims fraud that there is. Also, I'm a little surprised about the money being taken out of the 2023 cannabis bill provisions that were appropriated for cannabis education for minors and for pregnant and breastfeeding women, and that's been taken out and moved to a state reference laboratory to establish commercial testing standards. Now, I don't question that we need to have these commercial testing standards, but I don't think that we should be taking it out of the education area. We've heard a lot last year and heard a lot this year about education and cannabis is something that we need to do. We have to have a lot of education and outreach. Yet here we're taking out $849,000 in fiscal year 2025 and $1.3 million in fiscal year 26 and 27. And I don't think that that's the right thing to be doing. The other thing that what we've done is we've taken $5.5 million out of the substance use disorder in 2025 and then moved $5.5 million into 2026, which will be a new biennium. So I think that's also a concern when we're taking money that was dedicated last year and taking that out and supplanting it and not using it and not putting it back in until 2026. There's some other changes in there that certainly are acceptable. Another one that I think we do have some issues with is the student loan servicing company registration. I think we're thinking that this is going to heal a lot of ills that I don't see how that's going to happen. And I think, again, it's just adding new regulations onto industry. Also, the one that I think with me causes the most heartburn is the copper sales licensure. And I know that a lot of people feel that this is going to be the answer, but I happen not to be one of those. I think what's going to happen is we have a lot of people that recycle copper. And if they're going to have to buy a $250 license to recycle copper, that copper won't get recycled. It'll get thrown in the garbage bin and be going back into the landfills. And it's really unfortunate. We've worked very hard as counties, cities, and the state has worked very hard to get a good recycling program. And Minnesota has a recycling program they can be pretty proud of. But I don't think that this is going to help that situation. With all the time and money we have spent to develop a recycling program, and now we're going to charge somebody $250 to sell some copper, there's a lot of those small recyclers are going to say, well, I'm not going to do that anymore. And so instead of the wire getting stripped and turned into recycling centers or sold to the recycling centers, it's going to be thrown in the garbage. So I think that's just shouldn't be that way. So with that said, I know there will be some amendments coming up, and so we'll leave it at that.
Members, we are now where we're going to take take a subject matter at a time. We're going to start with the agricultural subject. Any amendments on the agricultural portion of the bill? Any ag amendments? I want to make sure that Senator Westrom is the ranking member, that he has no amendments on the ag portion before I go to the next section. Senator Westrom.
Mr. Chair, I don't believe we have any at this time. So,
thank you, Senator Westrom. We are now going to the commerce portion of the bill. Any amendments on commerce? I see, and we'll recognize Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Klein in his bill introduction talked a little bit about the 340B program, but just as a refresher on what it is, because it's a fairly complicated program, but it has a big impact on healthcare here in the state of Minnesota. So 340B is a federal program that for certain healthcare providers and entities requires drug manufacturers to provide them with a substantial discount, and then those 340B entities sell those drugs at the full price and basically pocket the difference. And it becomes a cross-subsidy into their operations. And it's become a very important part of funding those entities across the state of Minnesota. Under federal law, there's a restriction on duplicative discounts. Effectively, these entities, when they are claiming that 340B discount for that same drug, another discount isn't supposed to be given out. And as a part of ensuring the integrity of the process, both the federal government and manufacturers will request claims data to be able to track where these discounts are given out and to make sure that there aren't duplicative discounts. And Mr. President, the Government Accountability Office, which is, think of them as the federal version of our Office of Legislative Auditor, has continued to flag this as an issue of duplicative discounts. In one analysis that they did of 25 hospitals, they found that 14 had non-compliance with federal law. And the most common violation was duplicative discounts coming from those 340B entities. So why is that important, Mr. President? Why should we care? This impacts a very important cross-subsidy in health care and can actually drive up the cost of prescription drugs for Minnesotans across the state. It also impacts taxpayers, because one of the important components of what the federal government looks at when they're looking for duplicative discounts is how state Medicaid offices are funded through those discounts and rebates as well. And so this is really important to get right. In the bill before the body, there is this provision on 340B drugs that would say that a manufacturer must not directly or indirectly restrict, prohibit, or otherwise interfere with the delivery of covered outpatient drugs. And that's pretty broad language. It's actually a fairly short bill that's included in here. And there are some folks that are concerned that providers, because of this language, if it becomes law, will no longer be willing to give claims data to make sure that the duplicative discount prohibition can be practically enforced. And so with that, Mr. President, I would like to offer the A30 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A30 amendment. The Secretary will report the A30 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend Senate File Number 4942 as follows. Page 83, after line 17, insert. This is the A30 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A30 amendment is relatively straightforward. It simply says that nothing in this section restricts or prohibits a manufacturer from being able to request claims information. And I think this is really important. So the manufacturers will not be able to restrict the number of contract pharmacies. That was the biggest topic that was brought up in committee, was concern about drug manufacturers restricting the number of contract pharmacies. They would not be able to restrict the number of contract pharmacies. However, we want to make sure that they're able to request the claims data to ensure compliance with federal law and to ensure that their commercial agreements are being honored. And so I think this is just an important transparency amendment that will help strengthen the 340B program here in Minnesota, and I ask for support.
Senator Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. So first, I just want to correct something that was said. MA patients cannot get 340B medications through contract pharmacies in Minnesota. That is against the law. Second, the 340B program is a very tightly regulated federal program, and in order to participate, there are several standards that you need to be met and adhered to. So this language will make it so that Big Pharma has an almost unlimited ability to harvest pharmacy and hospital data, for which there is no language not to permit them to use this data for anti-competitive purposes. Since 2021, when Pharma decided to break federal law and restrict the use of 340B pharmacies, which has in turn cut the funding that our rural hospitals need to stay open by almost 50% in some cases. They have forced covered entities to report extensive pharmacy contract claims data on the 340B ESP platform. And this is a privately owned platform, corporation with obvious ties to Big Pharma. And most importantly, there is no oversight around the use of the data that it collects. If they need more data to regulate, for example, the PBM rebates, they should ask the PBMs for that information, and that of note is something that we are working on this year. And lastly, Mr. President, this language will harm our rural hospitals, and it will harm our rural pharmacies. So please, members, vote no.
Senator Klein.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Mann and Senator Rasmussen. I appreciate, as always, the offer of showing me the amendment well in advance so we can think about it. We've had some good discussions about this. Senator Rasmussen has some very legitimate concerns about double discounts, which should not be occurring. But the mechanism of one industry essentially auditing another industry does create these burdensome data requests for that industry, and the one we're trying to protect, which is our rural hospitals and our small pharmacies. And so at this time, I oppose the amendment. I ask for a no vote, but I'm eager to work with Senator Rasmussen in the off session to address the problem of double discounts next year.
Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 41.2, I move to be excused from voting on Senate File 4942. Members, the reason I'm doing this is to prevent any perceived conflict of interest on the scrap metal provisions that are in Senate File 4942.
That's a motion, members. Senator Miller moved to be excused from voting on Senate File Number 4942 pursuant to Rule 41.2. Specifically to this amendment? Oh, the whole thing. Okay. All in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator Miller is excused. Senator Rasmussen to the A30 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the conversation on this really important program. And to give you just one sense, for one Minnesota provider in a given year, 340B is over $140 million in funding. So this is a lot of money. There's been interest both in this body and the other body on 340B on a number of levels, and making sure that the funding that is provided through it actually goes to the intended purposes. One other point I wanted to bring up is that there is a federal bipartisan group that is looking at a whole host of legislation on access to 340B, and one of their preliminary recommendations is to have a national clearinghouse of claims to help address this issue of duplicative discounts and ensuring integrity within the program and compliance with federal law. Mr. President, really appreciate Senator Klein's commitment to taking a look at this next session. I look forward to working with stakeholders on this. And again, I just think it's really important that if we're going to be creating a law that is effectively dictating commercial terms, that we allow different parties to have the data to ensure that federal law is being followed and that their commercial agreements are being honored. But with that, Mr. President, I would withdraw the A30.
Senator Rasmussen withdraws the A30. Senator Rasmussen, do you have another amendment? Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A29.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A29 amendment. The Secretary will report the A29 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend Senate File Number 4942 as follows. Page 83, after line 17, insert. This is the A29 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen, to your A29 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A29 amendment would simply move the effective date to January 1 of 2025 for the 340B language in the bill. Just want to make sure that all parties are able to adjust to this new bill that is before the body.
Senator Klein to the A29 Rasmussen amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, our small safety net hospitals and rural pharmacies cannot wait until January 1 of 2025 for this 340B funding, and I ask members to oppose the amendment.
Any other discussion on the A29 amendment? Senator Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, I just think this is really important policy for Minnesota, and we just need to make sure that people have time to get it right. But with that, Mr. President, I'll withdraw the A29.
The Secretary will take the roll on the Sorry about that. I was a little too antsy there, Senator Rasmussen. The A29 has been withdrawn. Senator Rasmussen, it's my understanding you have another amendment. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A34.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A34 amendment. The Secretary will report the A34.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend Senate File Number 4942 as follows. Page 52, line 9, delete 4,363,000. This is the A34 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen to your A34 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the pieces that Senator Klein missed in his introduction of the commerce section of the bill was that one of the largest fiscal pieces is cutting funding that was passed in last year's cannabis bill for both youth prevention and education grants, and also prevention and education grants for pregnant and breastfeeding women. And we know from the research, Mr. President, that it's really important, especially with the legalization of recreational cannabis, that young people and women who are pregnant or could become pregnant are able to have the educational information they need to make the right decision for them. And when we debated the cannabis bill last week, one of the big points that was presented was how important education is. But unfortunately, the bill before us would cut that educational piece by millions of dollars. And so the A34 amendment would take $500,000 in funding from a thermal study that is included in the bill and would redirect that money towards backfilling some of the cuts that have been made to this cannabis education grants and programming. I think it's a question of priorities, Mr. President, and when I look at having a study versus making sure that we have funding to educate Minnesota's young people and preventing harm for them, I think that should be our priority. So I would request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Klein.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I'm grateful to Senator Rasmussen for taking money out of Senator Frentz's energy budget and bringing it over to my committee. I will appreciate that anytime. However, I'm going to oppose the amendment. I did say in my opening remarks that there are cuts to those DHS grants within the Office of Cannabis Management budget, and again, that's because it's a startup agency, members, and they're deciding how best to use their apportioned dollars. They've reapportioned those dollars to start up a reference lab for cannabis, which will protect Minnesotans. And I'm going to let Senator Frentz speak to the geothermal study, but at this time I'm requesting a no vote.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rasmussen. While I share your thoughts about the importance of our policy choices, I totally oppose the idea that we would shift money from one budget to the next. Members, I would ask you to vote no on the Rasmussen amendment.
Any other discussion on the 834? Last person we'll hear from is Senator Rasmussen if he wants to speak. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask for member support. I think this is a question of priorities, and we shouldn't be having one of the key parts of a finance bill for the Commerce Committee being cutting education, youth prevention grants, especially those that are aimed at helping pregnant women understand the impacts that cannabis could have on their pregnancy. I think this is really important, and I think outweighs the importance of having some thermal site study done. So I would ask for member support.
The Secretary will take the roll on the 834 Rasmussen Amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Umu verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no. Senator Jasinski for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. I'm sorry? All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 32 ayes and 34 noes. The 834 Rasmussen Amendment is not adopted. Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Mr. President and members. I have the 833 amendment.
Senator Dames offers the 833 amendment. The Secretary will report the 833 amendment.
Senator Dames moves to amend Senate File Number 4942 as follows. Page 85, delete Section 6. This is the 833 amendment.
Senator Dames to your 833 amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And this involves the copper sales licensure and the fee, and this removes that from this bill. I am not convinced that the charging a $250 license fee is going to get the end results we want, and I'm not convinced that this is going to do that much to eliminate the theft of copper, but I think it's going to do a lot to eliminate the recycling of small amounts of copper. So I'd ask for a green vote.
Senator Pappas.
I'd like a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any additional comments, Senator Pappas?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I urge members to vote no on this. This is a huge, huge problem throughout the state, members. If you see in your paperwork on your desk, there's a letter from dozens of mayors across the city. This is not just a St. Paul problem, although St. Paul has taken the lead because we had over $1 million worth of damage last year, up from about $250,000 a few years ago. And when you look at, I'm calling out the mayors of, it's a very bipartisan list from Austin, from Breckenridge, from Brooklyn Park, from Champlin, from Chisholm, from Cottage Grove, Fergus Falls, Grand Rapids, Hastings, Little Canada, Loretto, Laverne, Marshall, Orinoco, Red Wing, Sartell, Virginia, all over the state. These mayors have come together and said, please, please, please do something. I mean, law enforcement, it's a multi-pronged effort. Law enforcement is doing their best. There was just a sting operation, and the police in St. Paul arrested a gang. They actually had an undercover officer in the sting operation that observed them selling copper to Demcon, which is in Blaine. It's a metal recycling. And the guy who was arrested, he'd been there 31 times in the last 2 months. He was there so often they stopped asking for his driver's license because they knew him. I mean, who in the world would be in there 31 times selling copper? So we have to get a handle on this, and licensing is one way to do it. And then I have an amendment coming up that also has requiring a logo so that the scrap dealers know that if you have a commerce-issued license or you are an electrician or a plumber, an elevator operator, as Senator Klein mentioned earlier, you have a 608 technician certificate, you are allowed legally to sell copper. But members, this is the problem. I mean, individuals can still bring their copper to the recycling agencies and donate it. But we can't, I mean, a few people, I feel bad, a few people won't be able to sell their copper unless they get a license or do it through a technician. But it's too huge a problem. Your local communities, you know, it cuts into their property tax dollars that go for city services when they have to replace multiple lights, multiple signals, multiple park lights, over and over and over again. Please, members, vote no on this amendment.
Senator Klein.
Yeah, Mr. President, so I have some comments on the A33, but first I have a parliamentary inquiry, sir.
Please state your inquiry.
Mr. President, Senator Miller recused himself from voting on the entirety of this bill, and it would seem to me that this amendment also falls within the conflict of interest which he appointed. Is he also recused from voting on this amendment?
It is my understanding he asked to be excused from the entirety of this bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I have urged a no vote on the A33 for the reasons that Senator Pappas has described. This is an essential consumer protection measure within this bill. We saw how interrupting theft and crime at point of sale works so well with the catalytic converter legislation that we passed last year. This is of a similar vein, and I urge a no vote.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. You know, I understand the issue that cities are dealing with in regards to the copper theft. And this is something that we have to get our arms around. But the approach that we're taking in this bill is not the correct one, and it's not going to get at the underlying issue. There are so many questions that arise from this. One of the things, what about somebody who is doing remodeling of their own home? They're not going to be an electrician or a plumber and have that license. And they could be removing old copper pipe to redo their plumbing, now over to PEX. They could be upgrading their old wiring to the new wiring. And they're going to be faced with this idea of, I'm going to pay $250 to get this license so I can recycle this copper that's in my home, and they'll be lucky if what they get back is that $250. So they're going to be asking themselves, well, why am I going to go through the effort of getting the paperwork to get the license, to separate out the copper, to go in to the recycling center and maybe get my money back? Mr. President, we should be encouraging recycling, and this is going to do just the opposite. Mr. President, here's another thing that's going to happen that I don't know that folks thought about. As a licensed electrician, now I will probably have people coming up to me saying, I've got this copper, but I can't take it in. I don't want to buy the license for $250. Will you take it in for me? I'll give you a cut. Well, am I supposed to start doing the background checking and figure out where they got it from, how they acquired it? Another thing on construction sites that's very common is things end up in the dumpster. And there are different people who travel through looking at what are in construction dumpsters to see if it's recyclable and to take it in. Are those folks going to be able to afford getting these licenses? I know a number of folks up in my area, whether it's, they make their living out of going to people's places, cleaning up all their junk that they have around, and taking that in for recycling, whether it's steel or what have you. And they don't make a lot of money doing it. And doing these extra fees and requiring extra paperwork is going to be a burden on them. So I understand, Mr. President, the issue that we're facing within the cities, but I just don't believe that what's in this bill is the correct way to go about fixing the problem. So I would suggest a green vote on the amendment, and let's get back to work to think about what is a proper way to stop people from stealing, not a way to stop recyclers from bringing in material that we absolutely need recycled in today's economy.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Pappas yield for a question?
Senator Pappas, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pappas. I have a question. If I had a constituent who was doing a remodel on their home, and maybe they had $5 worth of copper, $10 worth of copper, $20 worth of copper, and they brought it to a local recycler to turn in that copper, would they need to have a license under this bill?
Senator Pappas to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rasmussen. Under this bill, they would need to have a license. They could donate the copper, but they could not sell it.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pappas. And I think that's one of the big concerns I have with this bill, because I actually had an opportunity to talk with some local recyclers in my area, and I asked them, I said, what's the most common dollar amount when people are bringing in copper to recycle? How much are you paying them? And I talked to them about this $250 fee, and they were very surprised. They said that more than 90% of their customers that are coming in to recycle copper have quantities that are less than $250. And so the concern there, if 90% of the people going to these recycling centers to recycle their copper are receiving less than $250, why would any of them go and get a $250 license to go get $10 or $20? And so, Mr. President, that's my concern with this bill, and why I support the Dames Amendment, is because if we don't take this portion out of the bill, we are going to stall copper recycling. And I think we've heard bills, and perhaps even later today we'll talk about the importance of recycling. And I worry that this will end up having more copper in our landfills, and it will hurt local businesses across the state. And one of the things that I think we also have to point out, Mr. President, is the importance of having local law enforcement, and having strong law enforcement, having enough law enforcement officers out on the street to ensure that this type of activity isn't happening. Because if we are going to create a license for everything in this state, and set the fee so high, we're really going to have a detrimental impact on our economic activity. So I will be voting in favor of the Dames Amendment.
Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think one of the, I appreciate that it was brought up that there was a large sting operation that just busted a gang that was doing that. But guess, you know, I don't believe that gang was going to get a license to recycle that copper. But I think that, so I really don't think that's going to help us much. But I think what really helped us catch these folks was that it is tracked. There's a searchable database that they can look at to find out who's bringing that copper. And how did law enforcement know that they were there 31 days, 31 times? Was because it was all logged in. And who called the law enforcement officers? Scrap metal dealer. That's how the law enforcement officers knew that that was going on. The scrap metal dealer knew something was up with this person coming back 31 times, contacted law enforcement. That's how they caught these folks. The tools are here. The tools are there to catch these folks. We just need to do the police work. So, Mr. President and members, vote yes on the Dames Amendment. Let's make sure that copper gets recycled, and let's use the tools that are currently in place to catch the criminals. That's what we need to do. Vote yes on the Dames Amendment.
Members, any other discussion? Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, members, I rise in support of the Dames Amendment, and I rise against the big government stupidity that's in this bill, which this amendment by Senator Dames would remove. And yes, I called it stupidity. Have we lost our minds here? That we don't go after the criminals and instead we criminalize everybody else in the state by making them get a license to sell a little bit of copper? It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. The Democrats' solution is to license everybody that's going to have a little bit of recycled copper because there's a few criminals running around that, oh, by the way, we don't keep them in jail and make them pay bail. We put them back on the street and the rest of the state can suffer. That's the Democrats' policy here. Let's say no to this stupidity. Vote for this amendment. Don't criminalize every honest, hardworking Minnesotan that might have a little copper that they're recycling. And recognize these criminals will work around this faster than the Democrats can come up with another big government idea. They'll just go across the state border to Wisconsin, or if they're out in my district, they'll go to South Dakota or North Dakota Democrats, just so we can let you know this is stupid. Now let's get some common sense. Take this language out of this bill, not charge the hardworking Minnesotans a $250 fee or license now to grow big government, and criminalize all the hardworking Minnesotans trying to recycle some copper. Go after the criminals, put them in jail, and leave them there if that's what it takes to stop the criminal copper theft. But don't criminalize the rest of Minnesotans that are making a hard, honest living. Senator Dames is on the right track. This should be a 100% green vote. Wrong-headed to do it this way. And let's not grow government, and let's not show stupidity. Let's leave it where it ought to be and put the criminals in jail, toughen the penalties on them if it's not tough enough, and that's how we solve this problem.
The last voice we'll hear from, seeing no others, will be Senator Dames. He's the author of the A33. Am I missing someone? Who? Oh, Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I just wanted to call members' attention to the letter on your desk. You can see which one of your mayors has sent the letter. I don't think senators, they would appreciate being called the kind of language that we've heard on the floor today, because this is a very bipartisan group of mayors. So obviously, they're trying their best. I mean, I think law enforcement is really trying their best, and we were lucky we had a case in St. Paul where we were able to, the confidential informer, I don't know who that was exactly, did tip off the police, and they were able to put an undercover officer in with the gang and were able to catch them. But that's, one gang in one city. They did not have over $1 million worth of copper that they sold to this one recycling facility. So I'm just kind of looking at some of these cities, and I think that, your mayor, you need to talk to your mayors about whether they think this is important or not. Senator Dornick, the city of Austin, is on here. Senator Anderson, who's usually remote with us. I don't know if he's here today. The city of Annandale. We have the city of Corcoran, Senator Limmer. We have the city of Fergus Falls. I was going to ask Senator Rasmussen if he represented Fergus Falls. His mayor signed this letter. Senator Grand Rapids, Senator Eichhorn's mayor signed this letter. Also the city of Herman. Senator Westrom, the city of Long Beach, is really concerned about this issue. He signed the letter. City of Loretto, Senator Limmer again. City of Laverne, Senator Weber. City of Manhattan Beach, Senator Eichhorn. City of Maple Plains, Senator Limmer. City of Marshall, Senator Dames. Your mayor is very concerned about this. City of New London, Senator Lang. City of Norwood, Young America, Senator Grunhagen. Your mayor is concerned about this. City of Red Wing, Senator Drazkowski. City of Sartell, Senator Howe. Your mayor is concerned about this. And City of Swansville, Senator Wiesenberg. Your mayor is concerned about this. City of Virginia, Senator Farnsworth. I didn't talk about the Democratic mayors. They also are very concerned across the state. So, you may think this is, members, a stupid idea. However, we have looked at all possible ideas, all possible approaches to getting a handle on this problem over the last couple years. We've looked at welding, epoxying, and banding access panels. They've just used more strong tools to take off the copper. The coppers have a sleeve on them that say City of St. Paul. They remove the sleeve just to sell the copper. We've tried changing streetlights fixtures to solar or using overhead wires. I mean, I tell you, you try everything, and somehow the thieves still get at the copper. So this is not a humorous situation. This is a very expensive situation for my city and for many of your cities. So on this latest amendment, I urge a no vote.
Now we will go to the author of the A33, Senator Dames, and then we will vote.
Thank you, Mr. President, and it's been some good discussion, some good comments here. And thank you, Senator Pappas, for going through all the lists of the mayors. I think you missed a couple, but we won't get into which towns they were from. But that's fine. But let's be realistic here. I don't question that the mayors sent that letter in. They're hoping to get some type of relief on this problem. But nowhere in those letters did it say that they believed that this was the best way to resolve the issue. What they're saying is that they recognize they have an issue, that we have an issue, and they'd like something to be done. And this bill is the only thing they got to hang their hat on. We haven't given them any other options. This is what the option is. And there's some of us that don't believe that this option is going to be the answer. This is not the way to resolve the issue. And I do believe that the issue of the amount of copper that's not going to end up being recycled because of the cost of this license and the licensing process is going to be much more than we think it's going to be. The issue is something that worth merit and debate, and nobody's saying it does not. It does. It's the resolution or the way we're talking about resolving it that some of us do not agree with. I think the bill needs to be taken out of here, and then next year, let's do something that's going to work, And let's look back a few years ago. You know, what was one of the things when the St. Paul police came in and testified in Commerce? What was one of the things they said? They didn't have the manpower to do this, so they would appreciate passing this bill and putting it into effect. So let's look back 2-3 years ago. What was the theme around here? Defund the police. Defund the police. Defund the police. And now we have these problems, and instead of getting to the root of the cause, we're going to charge people $250 to recycle some copper that they might get who knows how much, $50 to $200 for? I think we need to rethink this, and folks, I'd ask for a green vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A33 Dames Amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye. Senator Umu Verbaden, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the A33 amendment is not adopted. Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A38 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth offers the A38 amendment. The Secretary will report the A38 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth moves to amend Senate File Number 4942 as follows. Page 88, line 29, after the first two, insert 1. This is the A38 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth, to your A38 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And that discussion that we just had about the copper situation brought up a good question about homeowners. If a homeowner is doing their own DIY repairs on their home, what do? If they say they decide to replace all of the copper pipes with PEX and they have a bunch of copper, what do they do with it? Currently, they could sell it, but under this new bill, doing the work themselves, they would have to just throw it away or maybe donate it or whatever. And so what this amendment does is that it says that that somebody who's a homeowner that has a permit, a construction permit to do work on their own home would be able to then sell that copper as long as they had a building permit. And so the building permit would be the thing that would prevent just, everyday thieves from selling stuff, because of course they're not going to get a building permit if they're stealing copper from buildings or from streetlights or whatever. So this is not a gotcha amendment. This is a good faith amendment to try and allow homeowners to be able to sell copper if they're doing home repairs. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Farnsworth. We spoke about this briefly, and I appreciate what you're trying to do, but really we're trying to make the system simpler for the scrap dealers. And I think this really unnecessarily complicates it. We're already asking them to take driver's licenses, to keep records. Under this, they will have to make sure someone has a license. And in an amendment I plan to author soon, that license will have a logo on it that says they are authorized to sell copper. Homeowners can always donate it to the recycling center, or they can ask their contractor if they would sell it for them. But really, I think it's really important that we try to tighten this up. If it's too loose, then I think the criminals will just continue to be able to work their way around the rules. So I would request a roll call and ask for a no vote.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Farnsworth, for bringing this amendment. This does start to get at one of the concerns that I brought up around this measure. Mr. President, listening to comment from Senator Pappas where she said they can just have their contractor bring it in. Just as Senator Farnsworth brought up, there are many people that do these projects on their own. They do not hire a contractor. I can't tell you how many friends and family members I have that are calling me up just to bounce things off me because they are doing their own work. They're not hiring a contractor. And just as I said in my previous statements, if we don't adopt something like this to help the person who does work on their own, they're going to be coming to folks like myself, tradespeople who have a license that's exempt under this, asking us to take that in for them. And when it's family and friends, I think we'll have no problem doing that. But it's other folks that we don't know as much who are going to be coming to our offices asking for that. And it then puts the contractor or the plumber or the electrician in that tough spot of saying no. Because what liability will we have if we take something in and it is found out that the person stole that? Mr. President, this amendment should absolutely be adopted. It is just as easy if a person has a permit that they're doing work to show that they get it, as if they were to come in with a license and show that I have the ability to sell. This is a very common sense way of helping the individual who is doing work on their own to be able to do that. And I understand that you can donate it. We see a lot of groups around all of our communities that collect aluminum cans for their organization. And there are a lot of people who donate aluminum cans to them. But there's also a lot of people that bring in the aluminum cans themselves to get that little bit of extra spending money. And I think many people who are remodeling their homes, when we see what the cost of the materials are today, they're probably going to be looking for every little penny that they can save. And so then being able to recycle that copper is going to be some money in their pockets to be able to help pay for some of these huge material increases. So I think this is an incredibly common sense way of getting at one small piece of the issues that I see with the underlying provision in this bill.
Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I stand to support the Farnsworth Amendment. This amendment, I tell you what, it actually makes a lot of sense for a homeowner that's doing his own work, has a permit, all he would have to do is bring that along with him to the scrap metal dealer. The scrap metal dealer could record the number of the building permit or the plumbing permit or the electrical permit. And when the police hopefully come to do a little research, all they'd have to do is look at the number. They could go to the building department, check it out, all good. But without that, what you're going to do is end up with all this copper in the dumpster. And if you're not recycling this copper, where are you going to get the copper? If you're not recycling it, that just means you're digging more holes and you're going to have more copper mines, because that's the only place it comes from. You're either recycling it or you're mining it. So it makes a lot of sense to, if they have a permit to do their own work, and you can do your own plumbing work, you can do your own electrical work without, all you have to do is get a permit, it gets inspected, you don't have to hire a contractor to do it. So, Mr. President, it makes a lot of sense. I think it's easy. It's a good amendment. Vote green on the Farnsworth Amendment.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of the A38 amendment. Folks, homeowners have seen everything increase in prices. So they're doing their best to try and somehow save a little money, do things that will help their family budget. I want to remind people of some price increases we've seen since 2020 till 2024. A bottle of orange juice in 2020 was $2.99. Now it's $4.29, a 43% increase. Coffee, a 12-ounce glass, from $6.99 to $8.99, a 28% increase. A loaf of white bread, 20 ounces, $1.49 to $1.99, a 33% increase. A dozen eggs, $1.49 in 2020, $2.99 now. That's a 100% increase. Chicken breast, 2 pounds, went from $4.99 to $7.99. That's a 60% increase in the last 4 years. Folks, let's give our homeowners some little extra money. If they can save, turn in their copper, and make a little money, let's not make them get licensed.
Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I support Senator Farnsworth's amendment. I think that maybe we won't add more language onto it, but I think this puts a strain on all kinds of people who do business, like farmers, for example. I used to work at a farm, and we would use telephone poles to make fence posts. And I probably dug over 200 holes by hand, and we cut fence posts about 8 feet high, and running up every one of those telephone poles is a piece of copper wire. So now a farmer has to get a $250 permit to go sell $100 worth of copper. They're not going to do that. They're going to just throw it in a hole in the ground, or they're not going to just give it away. So this is now hurting people. Now I work hard and I dig holes, and I'm taking this copper off of these telephone poles, but I get no return for it. This doesn't make any sense. Let's not criminalize people that are hardworking. Thank you.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Senator Farnsworth, you will have the last word before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, this has been a good discussion. I do want to point out the comment was made that this copper could be donated maybe to a nonprofit. So, for instance, in Hibbing, there's the girls' hockey team that collects aluminum cans. The problem with that is that they would then have to pay $250 to get the license, and so that would come out of their bottom line when they go to sell this. This is a good amendment because it requires you to have a building permit. Now, I don't know about all of the other cities in Minnesota, but in my city, when you go to get a building permit, you have to pay the fee, and the clerk has to sign the permit, date the permit, and stamp the permit. It would not be that difficult to bring the building permit to the scrapyard, show them the building permit. Oh, and you also have to show proof that you own the home that you're doing the work on, so you can't just go get a building permit for some house that you don't own. So they could just bring this building permit to the scrapyard when they're selling this copper. And Mr. President, I don't know about down here, but a plumber up in Hibbing costs $110 an hour. And so when I learned that, I really quickly learned how to do plumbing. And so I'm able to do that plumbing. And rather than spending $250 to get a license to be able to sell the copper, I want to save money, be able to do my own plumbing, not spend $110 an hour. And this is a good sort of middle of the road plan to clamp down on the copper theft problem, but also to allow homeowners to sell something from the home that they own. So I encourage a green vote. And yes, roll call was called for. So thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A38 Farnsworth Amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye. Senator Umu verbatim, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no. Members, please vote. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 31. Senator Johnson, how would you like to vote? Senator Johnson votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 32 ayes and 34 noes. The 838 Farnsworth Amendment is not adopted. Senator Grutenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I've got several amendments. I'd like to start with the A10.
And Senator Grutenhagen, this is to this portion of the bill, is that correct?
Yep.
Senator Grutenhagen offers the A10 amendment. The secretary will report the A10 amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen moves to amend Senate File Number 4942 as follows. Page 97, line 25, before the, insert A. This is the A10 amendment.
No, that's for a different part of the bill.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, you need your commerce one.
I don't want to do removal of it.
Senator Grutenhagen, to your A10 amendment.
You need your one for the commerce. You need your insurance one.
Oh, the reference-based price?
Yeah, that's what we're on right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mr. President?
Senator Grutenhagen.
Yeah, I'll withdraw the A10, and I will introduce the A39.
Senator Grudenhagen withdraws the A10, and Senator Grudenhagen offers the A39, and the Secretary will report the A39.
Senator Gruenhagen moves to amend Senate File number 4942 as follows, page 83, after line 17, insert. This is the A39 amendment.
Senator Grudenhagen, to your A39 amendment.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, this is a second swing at the reference-based pricing health plan. There's been some additional conversations. And, you know, on Friday, we had a discussion about how our hospitals are hurting through the low reimbursement from government programs. Again, this gets hospitals and doctors outside the box of a huge bureaucracy of networks, a narrow network, and pre-certification. It allows the doctor to actually practice medicine. We've discussed the dangers we're on the path that we're currently on in terms of the number of doctors, in terms of hospitals like North Memorial losing money, and according to the lead lobbyist here on the Minnesota Hospital Association, 67% of our hospitals are losing money in the state of Minnesota, which is unsustainable. Again, this will start a conversation of stakeholders. This idea comes from a group of doctors, insurance executives, and others that I've been a part of for probably about 20 years. And I just recently received an endorsement from a third-party payer on health insurance, enthusiastically supporting this with transparency. So members, I would ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted.
And I'd ask for a green vote.
Thank you, Senator Grudenhagen. Senator Klein.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Grudenhagen. Senator Grudenhagen offered this idea when our policy omnibus was before us on the floor, and it was exposed to a roll call vote at that time and was defeated. I'm going to argue, Mr. President, under Rule 35.2 that the amendment currently being offered is not germane to the bill in front of us. It references 62J, which is not referenced anywhere else in this bill. This deals with health insurance coverage in the state of Minnesota and regulations on private health insurers, and that is not what the original bill is intended to accomplish.
Members, a point of order has been raised pursuant to Rule 35.2. Advice. Senator Grudenhagen.
Yeah, advice, Mr. President. You know, this is still a commerce bill, and it was a commerce bill last time, and it was in order last time. I don't know why you would rule that it is out of order now. It's simply a reform. It doesn't cost the state of Minnesota anything, but it does initiate a discussion on a desperately needed talking point of where are we going with our wonderful healthcare system, and currently we're on a path that it is not sustainable. And this would start that discussion, which I think is desperately needed, rather than we wait till 2030 or 2028 when we'll be in desperate straits. So, Mr. President, I would ask that you rule the point of order not well taken.
Members, I'm going to rule the point of order is well taken. Any other amendments on this portion of the bill? Seeing none, we will now go to the energy portion of the bill. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we're seeing significant increases in the demand for electricity. Now, Governor Walz and Democrats are trying to push even faster to go towards electric transportation and to convert our household items, our water heaters, our furnaces. In fact, members, we had a bill that would prohibit the sale of lawnmowers, gas-powered lawnmowers, snow blowers, etc. Members,
Senator Pratt, may I interrupt you? I'm sorry. Senator Pappas had asked to do an amendment, and when I went through again, she didn't say anything, but she did say something earlier. Can I interrupt you just to deal with that portion so that we can close up that portion of the bill? Is that okay, Senator Pratt?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you. So sorry, Mr. President, I have the A40 amendment.
Senator Pappas has the A40 amendment. The Secretary will report the A40 amendment.
Senator Pappas moves to amend Senate File Number 4942 as follows. Page 86, line 23, after 2C, insert. This is the A40 amendment.
Senator Pappas, to your A40 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is really an attempt to help the scrap dealers to make sure that they're buying copper scrap from people who are appropriately licensed. So we're asking the Department of Commerce to develop a logo or a symbol that could be stamped on all the licenses and also put on the Section 608 technician certificates so that we know that they are legally allowed to sell copper. We're really trying the best we can, members, truly, to get at this problem in a very comprehensive way. So I would appreciate your support.
Members, again, this is on the commerce portion. Senator Pappas had asked to be recognized, so we would deal with the A40 amendment. Senator Klein to the A40.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pappas, appreciate her efforts to make this more clear for scrap metal dealers. Friendly amendment, please vote.
Any other discussion? Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Pappas yield for a question?
Senator Pappas, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pappas. Senator Pappas, for the language in the A40 amendment, have you had conversations with scrap metal dealers, and are they in support of this? Are they asking for this change to be made?
Senator Pappas to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rasmussen, I have not personally had conversations because it came up kind of quick, but I'm assured by my city that they've been working with the scrap metal dealers as well as with the police and all the other cities, as I mentioned.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if Senator Pappas would continue to yield.
Senator Pappas, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pappas. Senator Pappas, is there going to be any cost to this? We're effectively, asking the state to develop a, symbol and a process here. Do you know if the Department of Commerce will have any costs associated with this?
Senator Pappas to the question on the A40.
Mr. Chairman, again, Department of Commerce has not gotten back to us about this unless they did over the weekend, and I'm unaware of that. But certainly we can deal with that in conference committee if there is an issue with Commerce.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And would Senator Pappas continue to yield?
Senator Pappas, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Pappas. I appreciate your graciousness in terms of talking about this amendment. If this gets adopted here today and goes in a conference committee, and the scrap metal dealers have concerns with this or what this might mean, are you willing to work with them and hear out their concerns and perhaps make changes to this language before final passage?
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Rasmussen, we're actually trying to make it easier for the scrap metal dealers, so they only have to look at a license that has the logo on it and not have to, wonder, is this person really legal to sell scrap metal because whatever. So we're really trying to streamline the process for them. Certainly, if they have any more input they want to provide to us, we're very open to that.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Pappas, for your willingness to continue to work with them. I just think it's important when we're making these types of legislative changes that we at least provide the opportunity to different stakeholders to provide feedback and input. And I'm just concerned a little bit about this, that perhaps the scrap metal dealers haven't had time to take a look, nor the Department of Commerce. But I appreciate the conversation here today.
Any other discussion on the A40 amendment? Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, thank you. Would the author of the amendment yield?
Senator Pappas, will you yield? She will yield, Senator Westrom.
So, Mr. President, Senator Pappas, who brought this idea forward to you to now enhance this license with the logo and the other things you're doing here?
Senator Pappas, to the question.
Mr. President, Senator Westrom, it was the city of St. Paul. They've really been taking the lead on this whole issue.
Senator Westrom.
So, Mr. President, members, Senator Pappas, it tells me more why this is a bad idea, and it's certainly not ready for prime time. Now we've got to come up with a logo for another license on innocent Minnesotans that do the right thing and try to make a little money selling scrap. Like it was said on the floor before, Senator Pappas, I have the same experience with scrap dealers, and most of them say it's a small amount of money that they pay out when they're recycling scrap. Most would be under $250. So now you are eliminating all of those people from the marketplace. A lot of times it might even be kids or youth, Senator Pappas, that think 50 or 100 bucks in collecting scrap off of a job site or other places they might come across aluminum cans or copper. This is a great way to teach kids and young people the value of some hard work that pays off pretty well. But this amendment on top of what is in this bill is going to just evaporate that opportunity and that line of small business. And in most cases, this would be a small business. But it is a good starter for many people. And so, members, think about this. Are we going to come up with a new license and a new trademark or indicia or whatever the icon is that this amendment is now going to require for, let's just say, wallets? I bet there's more wallets stolen and more wallet thieves than we have copper thieves in the state. Just a hypothesis, but I bet they're both fairly equal if wallets don't outnumber copper. So should we come up with a license to stop wallet thieves? Because if we say you have to have a license to resell a used wallet, maybe we can stop the wallet thieves. Or how about laptops or backpacks? Should we come up with a new label and logo to put on a license for the backpack and laptop thieves? Because then we'll stop the laptop and backpack thievery. Let's come up with a license for everything that gets stolen. How about bicycles? Let's come up with a new license for bicycles that get sold, so that way we can stop the bike thieves. You think that's going to work, members? No. How about the car thieves? Let's come up with a new license so nobody can sell a used car privately without a license from the state of Minnesota. Boy, we would have a grand idea. We could stop the car thieves, because if this premise is built on logic, which I don't think it is, if we just license the car that gets sold in Minnesota, now we've just stopped all that carjacking that's going on through the roof in the last few years in Minnesota. Members, just think of the great idea we have here. Let's come up with a new logo and a license. A few $100 for everybody that wants to sell a private car. And we've just solved the carjacking problem in St. Paul and Minneapolis, which it's outrageous, the hundreds of cars that are getting carjacked. We don't have to worry about suing Hyundai anymore because we've just solved the carjacking problem, members, with this license and new logo that we're going to sell and impose in the state of Minnesota. Wonderful. Maybe some more of you can come up with some other things that are stolen. But I've just solved the problem of all backpacks, of all laptops, of all wallets, of all bicycle thieves, and all carjacking, members. So if you think that's really the solution, let's pass this new logo on this new license And we've just solved the crime problem in Minnesota for all of those areas. $250, new license. Let's require that for everybody doing any business. And we've just solved the crime problem. Now, if you think that example is right, by all means, get this passed as fast as you can, because you won't need law enforcement anymore, because we got this new license that's going to stop the thieves. I wish this wasn't so inaccurate, but it sure is, members. You know that won't stop the carjackers, and it won't stop the copper thieves. But it will criminalize a lot of small businesses or evaporate or negate those little opportunities that the small people have in our state, and many people here probably have recycled and raised some money themselves as they were youth and young people, and put it towards maybe a new bike or a vacation or some candy in the candy store, because it was their reward and benefit from the work that they put into collecting. But this new logo, on top of this new license, is so ill thought and wrong-headed, but it sure will grow government and make many more Minnesotans either a criminal or push them out of the business. If you want to do that, vote yes. If not, let's get rid of this provision, and let's not try to fix up something that's so wrong-headed.
Senator Pappas, for any final words you have on the 840. Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll. Senator Umu Verbatim, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye. Members, we're on the Pappas amendment. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no. All members having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. But there being 33 ayes and 33 noes, the amendment is not adopted. Members, any other amendments under commerce? I want to make sure that we don't have any other before I go forward. And I want to make sure every member has an opportunity to put forth an amendment on commerce before we go forward. Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've got an amendment that's been drafted. Is there any chance we can come back to it before we pass the entire bill?
Senator Howell, the way it's been explained is that we want to do each segment. That's my understanding, and I'm trying to adhere to that. Do you need a couple of minutes? Because I'd rather that we do that as opposed to going backwards, because then I would be betraying something that I've been talking about up to this particular point. So would you like for us to wait?
Well, Mr. President, if we were going to take each segment like we are, we should have had 3 separate bills, Mr. President. Doing this all together really makes it kind of difficult when you come up with an idea for an amendment and then you are trying to get it drafted. It makes it a little difficult as we go forward here.
Senator Howell, you recognize that I don't have anything to do with the bills, right? But the process we've talked about and have agreed to. So if you would like for me to wait, I'll be happy to wait because I don't want you to feel as if I'm rushing you along.
Mr. President, just a bit of advice.
Senator Pratt, no advice needed. You can certainly come and have a chat with me if you like.
Well, Mr. President, maybe just a point of personal privilege then.
What's your point of personal privilege?
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, we were ready to move on to the next section of the bill, and Senator Pappas had a late breaking amendment come in. And when we do these big bills where we have multiple things that are put together, maybe they don't completely make sense. I think it's, okay for the body to have a plan, but to also be somewhat flexible. I think we can continue to move on debate with the bill, but continue to talk about various aspects as long as it doesn't get too out of hand. I appreciate you're trying to keep a moderated and logical debate on the bill, but we also do have things that come up, and I would just ask for flexibility like I gave flexibility to Senator Pappas.
Point of order, Mr. President.
And just so that we're clear, Senator Pappas had asked to be recognized much earlier. I was the one who unfortunately missed her because she had waved back there, she came to the side, and that was the only reason why I went back. Now for Senator Howell, we will certainly be as flexible as we need to be, which is why I said if he wants us to wait, we'll be happy to wait because I don't want him to feel as if we rushed along. And so thank you. Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendments with engrossing right now, and I don't want to hold up the progress and make us go any later than we have to today because we've got a lot of stuff on the deal. That's why I asked if we can continue on and then bring this up at a later time. As it's sitting, well, here it is, matter of fact. So, Mr. President, I'll offer the A50 amendment.
Senator Howell offers the A50 amendment. The Secretary will report the A50 amendment.
Senator Howell moves to amend Senate File number 4942 as follows. Page 90, after line 14, insert. This is the A50 amendment.
Senator Howell, if you hold on a second, there was Senator Latz stood and asked for the floor. For what purpose do you rise, Senator Latz?
Mr. President, while Senator Pratt was speaking, I rose to make a point of order.
Please state your point of order and the rule.
Well, Mr. President, we're a little bit past the point now, but under Section 222 of Masons, what Senator Pratt characterized as a point of personal privilege was not a point of personal privilege. He simply said that so he could get around your injunction that he should come up and talk with you if he had a question and not make an argument over the floor, which he did anyway, which was not a point of personal privilege. So I guess I would ask the President to maybe advise the body what a point of personal privilege is and that it should not be used for an escape hatch if you can't find another legitimate basis for speaking on the floor.
Members, I will certainly go back and make sure I delineate the personal privilege, the point of order, and the parliamentary inquiry, because I do think that there are times when we confuse those things. But for the sake of time, I will go forward, but I will certainly come back to that in order to make sure that the body is clear. And thank you, Senator Latz. With that being said, we're on the A50, and it's been reported. Is that correct? Did you report it? Yes. So Senator Howell, to your A50 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And what the A50 would do, it would create a scrap metal working group. And this would require the Commissioner of Public Safety to convene a working group of representatives of the Sheriff's Department, the Chiefs of Police Association, and the trade associations meeting with, representing scrap metal recyclers. These meetings would meet monthly. Mr. President, the reason this is so important is I truly believe we have the tools to make this happen. We just don't have the people in the room at the same time to have the discussion to transfer this information and make the connections between the people that are bringing this stuff into the scrap metal dealers, who the scrap metal dealers have identified. They've got the database. They just need to be able to transfer that information to the law enforcement folks that can go out and make these arrests. So, Mr. President, I think this is a much more appropriate place for us to do this. Instead of doing the license, this gets right at the heart of the problem. It's a communication problem. This solves it, and I think we would actually arrest the people that are doing the crimes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Klein to the A50 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Howe. So as the copper wire bill has gone through committee, Senator Pappas has repeatedly said that this is one idea, and if you have another idea or a better idea, please bring it forward. And I give Senator Howe full credit for having another idea and bringing it forward. And I agree, communication can solve a lot of problems and may be able to solve this problem. Members, obviously we haven't vetted this amendment through the interested parties, the chiefs of police, the Department of Public Safety, the Department of Commerce. Nevertheless, I'm going to take it as a friendly amendment today with the full understanding that if we talk to those groups and they have concerns or don't feel that this is workable, we'll have to take it out in conference committee. But members, this is a friendly amendment.
On the age 50, any additional questions? Would you like to speak again, Senator Howe?
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Senator Klein. This has been discussed with the Commissioner of Public Safety. And so I think you'll find that this will be, that they've already been notified. They're already, most of them are on board with this. So I appreciate it, Senator Klein, for taking it as a friendly amendment. Thank you.
Senator Westrom, were you standing to be recognized?
I was, Mr. President.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, first of all, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. President, with the discussion that just went on the floor, my parliamentary inquiry is, can you cite what rule you are using to establish that when there's different subjects in the bill, we're going to discuss and amend one subject before we move on to another and forbid other amendments on different subjects? Can you cite which rule you're using, or is it your own policy?
Senator Westrom, I mentioned this earlier today, and this is where it gets a little challenging when folks stand and ask questions of this nature. But when we think in terms of the decorum of the House, that would be rule, if you give me just one moment. If you give me just one moment, I'll find the rule for you. Give me just one moment. Thank you for your patience. Senator Westrom, you might want to take a look at Rule 14.3. As you know, 14.3 says the president shall preserve order and decorum, may speak on the points of order in preference to members, and shall also decide all questions of order subject to an appeal to the Senate by a member. Just so that you're clear, that wasn't something I came up with as far as the way to proceed going forward. That was something that was agreed upon and discussed with both sides of the aisle, so that we could have order and decorum, and I thought it was a good idea, and it's something consistent with what we've done in the past, especially when there's been a number of bills. But for your asking of question, but for you asking the question, I'm pointing you to Rule 14.3. That's under the provisions of the president. Senator Westrom.
So, Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your parliamentary inquiry and the rule.
So, Mr. President, Rule 14 that you just ruled on or advised on, is that the new way we should start reading and understanding the word order in that rule, Mr. President, that you can decide which sections of the bills are no longer amendable as the day of the session goes on? Because I think that's a bit of an overreach. In fact, it's a big overreach, something I've never experienced in my legislative years in either body. And so I just
Senator
wanted to know if that's how order is being defined now.
Senator Westrom, you're asking me to speculate as to how we will proceed going forward, and you're also entering into a debate, and I'm not interested in debating with you at this particular time. If you care to have a conversation with me offline and or talk to your leadership, we can certainly do that.
Mr. President?
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, I'm not looking for any debate. I'm just looking for a definition of order, because it's different than what I and I think many in the body, if not all of us, have understood order to be. That's what you were citing as the rule. So if you could just give me that parliamentary procedure.
I provided a response. Senator Westrom, with all due respect, I provided a response, and that is my response. Okay? Now, if you want to go on with there being something else, but I'm not going to keep going down this journey of thought. Senator Westrom.
Very good, Mr. Chair. We can continue to discuss this. It's something I would hope we can make sure we have. But, Mr. Chair, I have a question for the author of the amendment, if Senator Howe would yield.
Senator Howe, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Howe, would your amendment have the latitude to allow this working group to look at the multiple other licenses that we could possibly look at to stop the crime problem with, say, wallet thieves or laptop or backpack thieves or bike thieves or even car thieves, Senator Howe? And if not, would you be open to a friendly amendment to help make sure this group could solve our crime problem if we study all of those areas and add some licensing?
Senator Howe, to the question, we're on the 850.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Westrom. Actually, there isn't anything they're going to discuss. The way this looks is metal theft, non-propriety, and non-privileged information. So it looks like any metal theft. So anything that somebody brings into the scrap metal dealers to sell, they would be able to discuss those types of crimes. So if they're bringing a car in to get scrap, they could have that discussion. Anything they bring into the scrap metal dealers, looks like they would discuss.
Senator Westrom.
Very good, Mr. President. Senator Howe, I don't think we need an amendment then. This task force can really maybe have some dynamic solutions to crime problems if this model is going to work, and certainly them meeting every month will help make sure we rapidly address this crime problem and solve it in all these different areas of our state. So, Senator Howe, thanks for your ingenuity and your amendment so we can get much further down the path of stopping the criminals in all these areas in our state, being that's the solution.
Members, we're on the 850. Any other discussion? Senator Howe said he's okay going forward. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the 850 is adopted. Any other discussion on the commerce portion of the bill before we go forward? Seeing none, Senator Pratt, accept my apologies again for interrupting you when you started the discussion on the energy portion. Senator Pratt.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, as I said, our demand for electricity is growing consistently. There have been efforts by the governor to push movement towards electric vehicles and to replace our home appliances, our water heaters, our furnaces, our gas fireplaces. In fact, we had a bill in the House and a companion here in the Senate that would have prohibited the sale of gas-powered snow blowers and lawnmowers and other lawn equipment. Mr. President, we need safe, reliable, and affordable electricity. You know, I've had the opportunity to speak with business leaders across the state, and they constantly tell me that the cost of electricity is one of their primary concerns when they talk about keeping their facilities here in Minnesota. You know, Mr. President, I talked to the president of the Steelworkers Union up in Hibbing, and he told me a 1% increase in their electric rate costs him one man, one employee, one worker, one of his members. A 1% increase in electric cost costs one job up in the Iron Range. You know, I talked to Bland & Papers and saw a letter from their CEO talking about the cost of electricity in Minnesota and how it was making their operations unaffordable. They were considering closing those operations and moving them elsewhere. My daughter lives down in Austin, Texas. They're getting ready for the hot season, and they're already talking about brownouts through ERCOT. Last year we passed the renewable energy standard, and we focused on renewable energy and less so, Mr. President, on the definition of carbon-free that's in that bill. That definition is a technology that generates electricity without emitting carbon dioxide. The renewable energy standard contemplates generating carbon-free electricity. And if we're really interested in reducing greenhouse gases, members, we should be focused on the clean energy piece, not the renewable energy piece. And the reason I brought up Texas, Mr. President, is one of the reasons Texas is having a problem is they are number 2 in solar, number 1 in wind-generated power, and they can't generate enough power through ERCOT, their version of MISO, in order to keep up with the demand. Minnesotans need to have that confidence. Because, Mr. President, when we need electricity the most, it's on the days when it's the coldest. And people are in their houses, they can't afford to have their furnaces and power go out. Or it's on the hottest days, when it gets up over 100 here in Minnesota. And particularly our elderly and those with health problems and our young children need to stay cool, need to have some form of air conditioning so they don't succumb to the heat. The renewable energy standard identified eligible technologies. And Mr. President, I submitted a bill that far expanded that. And I think it's one that we ought to consider as part of the energy bill for this section of this omnibus bill. And so, Mr. President, I'd offer the A22 amendment.
Senator Pratt offers the A22 amendment. The Secretary will report the A22.
Senator Pratt moves to amend Senate File Number 4942 as follows. Page 103, after line 9, insert. This is the A22 amendment.
Senator Pratt to your A22 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, what this would do is include nuclear power, would remove the restriction on large hydro for new hydroelectric clean energy plants, would include carbon sequestration. In fact, I saw on 60 Minutes a couple of months ago, there's a company that's sequestering up, they're doing a pilot up in Iceland. They're sequestering carbon dioxide under the ground. And it creates, Mr. President, it creates a new report that talks about the utilities' efforts to reduce carbon dioxide emissions. Mr. President, this is a bill, this is an idea that all Minnesotans should be able to get behind. We shouldn't be limiting our energy production to certain technologies. We've seen what's happened in California. We've seen what happened in Texas. We shouldn't make that same mistake here in Minnesota, Mr. President, so I encourage a yes vote.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Pratt. I do recall your work on energy, and I do appreciate it, and I think your voice is an important one as we go forward. However, I would ask members to vote no on the A22. I'm assuming that we can agree that changes of this magnitude on our energy policy are serious, substantial, and require stakeholder engagement. I don't see any letter here on my desk from the Public Utilities Commission recommending this amendment. I don't see any Department of Commerce. I don't see any of the groups that advocate for us with energy asking for this change. And I think before we make a change of this type in our policy, we need to have quite a bit of that discussion. And we also need to vet it in committee. Our energy policy is important enough, given our dangers in climate change, that I think we need to work it through rather than add it on the floor. And for that reason, Mr. President, I would ask members to vote no on the A22. Thank you.
Senator Eric.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Pratt, for bringing this amendment. Mr. President and members, our energy future in Minnesota is one of the things that's so important for us to be looking at. And we've had discussions for many, many years around this. And I think you'll hear from many of us three things that need to be considered as we are moving forward. Our energy future needs to be cleaner, but it also needs to be reliable, and it needs to be affordable. And when we look at the plan that was put in place last year, if you can call it a plan, the Clean Energy by 2040, it's an idea that looks good on a bumper sticker. It makes people feel good, but the plan itself is lacking when you look at the reality of what we face in Minnesota and the energy needs that we have. Last year's bill focused primarily on wind and solar, and we've heard from group after group, especially MISO that manages our grid, that there is a certain level that we can sustain of wind and solar before the reliability is gone and power outages start to happen. And Mr. President, when do those power outages happen? When we need energy the most, when the temperatures are at their coldest or when the temperatures are at their highest. And that's when we absolutely need our energy the most. And the one thing I think about over the years, Senator Senjum worked very hard on different ideas and plans, and he had a plan that was called Clean Energy First. And what I like about Senator Pratt's amendment is it incorporates many of those same things that Senator Senjum worked on. Senator Senjum and I didn't agree on everything, but I believe as we work forward with an energy plan in Minnesota, that is actually key. That we're going to have people from both sides of the aisle and even people on the same sides of the aisle that have some disagreements, but have those conversations and come to a plan that can be incorporated that will keep our energy affordable and reliable as it gets cleaner and cleaner. That is the best way forward. And Senator Pratt's amendment, this A+ energy plan, is getting at just that, Mr. President. It is looking at using all forms of electric generation that will help reduce carbon emissions, not just one or two specific ones. And Mr. President, I think everybody who gets involved in the energy sector soon realizes the technologies that are out there being worked on, the different things that are evolving as we speak, have incredible potential. But we still aren't really aware of every single one that is there. And so when we look at a plan like Senator Pratt has in front of us, it is opening those doors and keeping them open to these new technologies. The plan we had last year, once again, focused on two. And that really makes it difficult for some of these other technologies to emerge and come to their potential. And that's what we absolutely need to be doing. And I think there are other parts of this bill that we look at also later today. We are not looking at the entire scope of our energy future. We've been laser focused on two sectors. But if we are truly going to have our energy future be cleaner while it remains reliable and affordable for Minnesotans, we must include all of these other technologies. The carbon sequestration, North Dakota is doing that, in pumping it into the ground. And they're looking to include ethanol facilities in Minnesota in that same thing, and to partake in that. We'll hear amendments later around nuclear. I think many energy sector experts will tell you you cannot get carbon-free electric generation without nuclear being a part of the mix. So, Mr. President, this amendment before us today, some folks are going to say this, it hasn't been vetted. And again, there are no notes on our tables from these different groups. Again, Mr. President, we don't represent groups and stakeholders. We represent the citizens of Minnesota and those who live within our districts. And we need to keep in mind their best interests. And as I said, Senator Senjum had many hearings that incorporated the vast majority of what is in Senator Pratt's amendment. We've had those discussions. This is bringing them together in a little bit different way, but it's a way that we know will work, that will open up the doors for a lot of different technologies so that we can get to that cleaner, affordable, and reliable energy future in Minnesota. This is an easy green vote, members. Support the Pratt amendment.
Senator Kupek.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, want to ask for a yes vote on the Pratt amendment, and it is becoming very clear to any Minnesotans that will listen and follow what the debate is here today and what your legislators are saying and doing. It is very clear who is publicly claiming to be just the pocket of special interest groups and who's standing up here for the people of Minnesota. Mr. President, I'm shocked by this public admonition that unless we have sign-off from the Public Utilities Commission, which, by the way, is a quasi-judicial commission to oversee energy and does not weigh into what the legislation should be on the front end. They are tasked with enforcing the law in their role after the legislature has weighed in and set their policy. So we have here a plan that will stand up for the people of Minnesota. And if you want to stand for that, please join us in voting yes on it. Don't hide behind an excuse of lack of special interest group support, which is wholly unconvincing to me in nearly every imaginable way possible. So let's talk about what's in this A22 amendment. This has been vetted for multiple years, as Senator Rarick was discussing. We've had senators in the past that have undergone this issue and this bill in very significant ways. This was vetted again last year when we had a very similar discussion that's here on the floor. The A22 amendment is the one concrete plan being offered to the state of Minnesota, because the majority last year just passed an idea that doesn't have a plan. And just about every discussion I've had with our energy providers, our co-ops, or folks around the state that work with energy, they roll their eyes as we talk about the bills that they had last year and the large tasks in front of them to comply with this idea that didn't have a plan. This amendment provides a plan, and the plan is to put as many tools in the toolbox for energy generation as possible. The plan that the majority passed last year is removing tools out of the toolbox. They want to say we want to have 100% renewable energy, but it can't come from here, and it can't come from here, and it can't come from here, and we don't like that source. And we've been hearing this in Energy Committee for a while. There, several years ago, I literally asked utilities in one committee, I said, we've spent this whole hearing talking about all of the generation that you're bringing offline, and you've had zero discussion about any new generation you're bringing online to fill that hole. Because last time I checked, every Minnesotan is going to want their lights to turn on, is going to want the heat in their home, is going to want their air conditioning in their home, is going to want to charge their phone. We have a projected increase in our energy usage going forward, while the majority is working on a projected decrease in the amount of electricity actually being generated. I wonder if this will finally get the kids to realize this when they can't charge the iPhone anymore in the middle of an energy crisis. This amendment is seeking to avoid such a crisis from happening altogether by adding more tools into the toolbox, and that is by opening the door more for nuclear energy in Minnesota. It's included in this amendment, and we'll continue to talk about it more. This is to increase the cap that's what's allowed under Minnesota law from hydro energy, another clean energy source. We have a cap on in our state law that only a small amount can be counted towards the renewable energy standard. Again, another asinine decision that does not meet common sense at all. We should open the door and allow it to be counted. And this bill goes through multiple pages. This is not closing the door on any one generation source, but it is opening the doors to more clean energy sources that we need here in the state. Again, as I pointed out, Mr. President, on a good, sunny and windy day like we're having right now, we are topping out at about 20% of our current energy generation coming from the wind and solar standards that was the genesis of last year's new policies. You're gonna need to have more tools in the toolbox, or you're going to be left there like a worker. It's going to be left there with a tool to fix a problem and cannot fix the problem in the moment. That is coming soon to a city near you, or we'll end up paying a very premium price for energy to be shipped to us from other states, probably our neighboring states around the region, that are going to come from all these different energy generation sources anyways. It will come from other states' nuclear plants. It will come from other states' coal plants. It will come that we'll pay a higher energy cost for in order to close the gap that we are self-imposing on ourselves by not having all our energy generation sources available. So the Pratt amendment is absolutely a common sense amendment that gets more tools in the toolbox with nuclear, with hydro, with other areas that are listed in this amendment. I ask you members to stand up for the people of Minnesota, not just kowtow to what special interest groups tell you to do, and vote for the A22 amendment. Thank you.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to say, Senator Rarick, Senator Matthews, you too, I appreciate your voice on this and the way that you look at it. A couple points I'd like to throw out for members and then repeat my request for a no vote on the A22. Utilities did have a letter on our desk last year as we passed the 100% clean energy plan. And a couple anecdotal points for all of us. The Minnesota Clean Energy Fact Sheet just came out last week, in which Minnesota is now at 51% clean renewable energy compared to a 44% national average. We've exceeded our goals in the short term, and I think we'll continue to do that. I've also said, members, I don't think we're going to have a reliability problem. If you look at the Public Utilities Commission, they're not going to permit projects and approve transmission unless it has reliability standards met. And the off-ramps present in the 100% bill specifically say, if we cannot meet our goals on reliability, if we cannot meet our goals on cost, then they are to provide those utilities an off-ramp. But finally, members, I've been pointing out my local rural electric co-op, of which I'm quite proud. Hello, friends at Benco. This year at the annual meeting, Benco Electric reported that the cost per kilowatt hour in 2023 went down from 2022, and that is due in part to the increase in inexpensive wind power out of southwestern Minnesota, Mr. President. So members, I appreciate your take on this. I do welcome the conversation, and I still ask for a no vote on the A22. Thank you.
Senator Grudenhagen, we're on the A22. Senator Grudenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I rise in support of the Pratt Amendment also. There's been a lot stated on there, but I would encourage members to just do some research on the internet about Minnesota and the chance of rolling blackouts. I mean, we have the Star Tribune, we have the Center for the American Experiment, we got Politico. I could go on, that we're one of the highest areas in the nation in terms of blackouts at one of the worst possible times, either extreme cold or extreme hot. And we seem to blindly go down this path regardless of what the facts are. Well, we just hope it works out. When you're dealing with your energy cost, which is the basis for our manufacturing, our businesses, our farms, everything else. In fact, I put a expensive generator, I live out in the country, because I don't want rolling blackouts. And when I talked to the person installing, it was my local co-op, they just said, yeah, we're getting more and more demand. In fact, there were even back orders of people wanting to put an expensive generator on their property so they don't experience rolling blackouts. And members, so not only are we pursuing a path with a lot of hope, well, we're hoping it works out. The data tells us it's not working out, and we need to slow down. And I think Senator Pratt's amendment helps us keep baseload electricity without going down this road of higher costs and less reliability. You know, the other thing is this, is technology. You know, we all want a clean environment, okay? But technology has always helped us with pollution. And the problem with government is they get this idea in their head and they just, we're subsidizing this and we're passing laws against other types of energy, and we're going to close it down regardless of what the consequences are. So members, this isn't just a Republican versus Democrat. This is your families. This is your businesses. This is the state of Minnesota. And I urge you to vote yes so we can keep a certain level of clean baseload electricity at a reasonable cost here in the state of Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate the discussion on this amendment. And just to give a rebuttal to some of what we heard, last year's letter from the PUC on the 100% bill, that was the oddity in this equation. They should not have done that in that situation. They don't normally do that at all. That should not be the standard that we set for ourselves moving forward. And then the argument was made that energy costs are going down, and that is not being realized in much of Minnesota. In fact, I've compared my own energy rates at my house. Recently did that, compared it from that point in time to the 12-month period prior, and in that 1 year apart, the kilowatt rate that I was paying was quite a bit higher than it had been a year before. And so the energy savings and the lower costs are definitely not being realized in a large scope. And I'm hearing from many that share similar stories to my experience, that their costs are going up instead of down. And secondly, if in the amendment here it was stated that the costs are going down in the one particular area in Mankato because of clean energy power, this entire amendment is all clean energy sources. I haven't even gotten, this doesn't even have other generating forms in it that the majority doesn't like coal plants and such in it. This entire amendment is more clean energy sources. So if you like clean energy and you think the costs are going down because of clean energy, then here's an amendment that's chock full of even more clean energy sources that you can add to the mix to help keep your costs going further down. And finally, the off-ramp argument I hear from just about every source I talk to are not legitimate off-ramps. We had that debate last year. I'd be happy to reopen the debate on the 100% bill again that we had last year. In fact, we could bring an amendment to that effect to just open this door wide open again here in the energy bill today. Still a lot of problems because it is an idea without a plan. Here's a concrete plan. For those of you who like clean energy, which includes me, I urge you to vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Anyone else before we go to the author of the amendment as the last voice we hear before we vote? Seeing none, Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. You know, I think Senator Matthews talked about it very well. Every one of these new options is clean energy. It is carbon dioxide free. Mr. President, it seems simple to me, a basic rule of economics. The more options you have, the lower the cost, and oftentimes the greater the quality. Members, we're talking about clean nuclear. We're talking about large hydro. And these are proven technologies, proven baseload technologies. Because on a day like today, we don't have a problem. But I remember a few years ago, there was a polar vortex came through, dumped a bunch of snow, it got brutally cold. We had snow on the solar panels. It got down below 22 degrees Fahrenheit, 22 below degrees Fahrenheit, and our wind production shut down. If we're serious about saving lives and livelihoods, then we should be looking at more options. And just to reiterate one of the points, we are not instructing the PUC to approve these technologies. We are making them available under the clean energy standard as clean energy options to improve the safety, reliability, and yes, Mr. President, to keep the cost down so that we can attract new jobs to this state and we can make sure our most vulnerable will not be in peril on the hottest and the coldest days. I hate to brag, Mr. President, this might be the most common sense amendment we see all day. And I urge members to vote yes.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A22 Pratt Amendment. Senator Umu verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Dietzick votes no,
Senator Dietzick votes no,
and Senator Morrison votes no.
and Senator Morrison votes no. Members, a gentle reminder, please vote.
Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Senator Pratt votes aye.
Say it one more time.
I'm sorry, Senator Anderson votes aye on Pratt's amendment.
Senator Anderson votes aye on Pratt's amendment.
Mr. President.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that all members who have not voted be excused from voting.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 30 ayes and 35 noes. The A22 Pratt Amendment is not adopted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A14.
Senator Lucero offers the A14 amendment. The secretary will report the A14 amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend Senate File number 4942 as follows. Page 117, after line 26, insert. This is the A14 amendment.
Senator Lucero, to your A14 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. When it comes to energy, there are three very important variables: clean, cheap, and reliable. Clean, cheap, and reliable. Those are important because every product or service that we consume in this state has electricity or electrical or energy that is part of the cost. And as electricity becomes more expensive, less reliable, that gets passed along in the form of increased prices to consumers and brownouts and blackouts as reliability decreases. Unfortunately, the Democrat majority continues to push forward an agenda that directly threatens these very important principles. With wind and solar being advanced, and in the absence of having a reliable base load of energy, Minnesotans face brownouts and blackouts on those cold winter days or hot summer days when energy is needed the most to run the heat across Minnesota or air conditioning. What this does is to lift the present moratorium on nuclear in the state of Minnesota. We have 2 nuclear power plants, and in order to maintain that base load, we rely on and will need to continue to depend on nuclear power, not only for the base load, but to ensure those 3 principles: clean, cheap, and reliable. And with that, Mr. President, I ask for a roll call and a green vote.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Frentz.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Lucero. I do appreciate your work on the Energy Committee, and I mean that sincerely, also a thoughtful voice on some of the independent single-family dwellings and multifamily. However, Senator Lucero, you missed a couple points. They're not building nuclear power even in places where it is legal. An example would be the Vogt reactor, which just opened in Georgia this year, $30 billion. The problem for nuclear is not that it's not reliable. The problem is it costs a fortune. Now, in addition to that, we have nuclear waste. Nuclear waste has no good answer yet. We cannot store it locally, and I'm assuming we agree that there's no letter on our desk from the Prairie Island Nation where they currently store the nuclear waste casks. Members, we want to have responsible policy choices. This, too, is a policy choice that we have made, and I would submit to you it does not make any difference. We have the advanced nuclear study in this bill to study small modular nuclear. That is the correct direction for us. With that, Mr. President, I ask members to vote no on the A14 amendment.
Any other discussion on the A14? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I want to remind members that back in 2009, Governor Walz, then Representative Walz in Congress, and Representative Paulson had a joint press conference, both advocating for the lifting of the nuclear moratorium. Mr. President, it's not a matter of whether or not nuclear power plants are being built where they are allowed to be built. The question is, should we in Minnesota have that as an option? Should we in Minnesota have the ability to do that value calculation? The answer may be no, we don't want to move that direction. But a legislative moratorium is not allowing us to look at a clean energy technology that is proven, reliable, and affordable in many, many cases, and is so important to us that we are now looking to extend the lives of the power plants that have been constructed. I don't know how long we can keep doing that, Mr. President. And it's interesting because there are technologies that are starting to look at nuclear waste. And I'm hoping that we can continue to research those technologies and recycle some of this material. Maybe figure out a way to capture the heat that's still in those casks and be able to use them for some purpose. Moratoriums like this squelch innovation at a time when we need innovation more than ever before. And Mr. President, just back in 2009, Tim Walz thought our moratorium was outdated and needed to be lifted. He was right. It needs to be lifted. We need more options. We need to ensure that as we're shutting down coal-fired power plants, we have that base level energy that can be considered, not mandated, not required, considered, calculated. This legislature is putting the cost of not considering other options on the backs of Minnesota families. And Mr. President, it's got to stop. So I wish we could have passed the other amendment, but Mr. President, this is the next best thing, and I encourage a yes vote on the Lucero amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I rise in support of the Senator Lucero's nuclear moratorium removal. And, you know, if you do a little bit of a research on the spent nuclear waste, we now, according to current reports, show that 96% of it can be reused. Members, 96%. So the whole argument of the nuclear waste lasting for thousands of years and being a danger for our environment or whatever is going away due to technological advances. And that's what we seem to ignore as we headlong go down this alternative energy, wind and solar, undermining our baseload electricity and driving up the cost. So members, we desperately need to lift the moratorium on nuclear energy. Technology has always solved our problems, and it's solving them now. Other countries in Europe and even in Asia are recycling the waste, and they're understanding that it can be reused and remove the danger that we have by just leaving it sit in these what are they, Vask or cask. So, members, we desperately need to go down this road. It provides clean baseload electricity at a relatively reasonable cost. I know recently I talked to Senator Frentz, and he said the last nuclear plant cost $30 billion. One of the reasons it costs $30 billion is because of the laws and the regulations and the lawsuits by so-called environmentalist groups that just file one suit after the next, federal and state, and artificially inflate the cost. One of my customers in my insurance agency, he does nuclear testing. So he goes around to different nuclear power plants and tests the welds inside these plants. And he said, you can't believe the amount, he's been doing this for 20-some years. He said, you can't believe the amount of harassment that these nuclear power plants have from these environmentalist groups. And even some of our federal laws and regulations. It's as if we want to suppress clean, affordable, reliable energy and go down this path of unreliable, expensive, and ultimately, when we have to clean up these solar panels and the windmills, it's going to be an environmental disaster, the likes of which we haven't seen in the state of Minnesota. So please vote for clean, environmentally friendly, and baseload reliable and inexpensive energy, and support Senator Lucero's amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the Lucero amendment is one that we should be supporting if we want to be moving towards a carbon-free energy future in Minnesota. I realize there are folks who are afraid of nuclear energy. But members, Mr. President, we need to be doing our research. We need to be looking into the advances that have been happening. And another thing, Mr. President, we have cases that are held up before us, like Fukushima, that people use that as a reason not to move forward with nuclear energy. Mr. President, it's been well documented that the safety procedures that could have prevented that disaster were not followed. But, Mr. President, what we're really looking at in the future of nuclear is not the technologies that we see in Prairie Island or in Monticello. It is not the technologies that we talk about that went so over budget in Georgia. What we're talking about are the technologies that we're seeing being brought forward in Wyoming. New technologies that they're studying at Idaho Falls, at the National Nuclear Laboratories. And I would encourage every member of this Senate that if you can't take the time and make the trip out to Idaho Falls, at least get on the internet and get on their website and look at the studies that they're doing and the potential that is there. And if you're going to come back and tell me, well, as these technologies emerge and other places do it, then we can consider this. Well, members, what you have to remember is that our electric utilities are making plans for 5, 10, 20, even 30 years down the road right now. And does this mean, by doing the repeal on the moratorium, that next year they're going to start putting in nuclear facilities in Minnesota? Absolutely not. But what it does is it gives them that ability to start following these technologies as they emerge and start looking at them to see if they make sense in their energy future plans. Without the repeal, they're not allowed to start doing that as they look at their energy mix going forward. That is being completely irresponsible, not allowing them to be looking at the option. That's what this amendment is really doing for us, Mr. President. It's allowing our utilities to begin looking at this as an option. And when you think about the expenses that are coming as we are making this transition to our new energy future, we had a bill before us earlier this year that talks about all the new transmission lines that are needed as these new technologies are being put throughout the state. Well, Mr. President, one of the fabulous things as we look at these new technologies in nuclear is they can be put at the locations where we're retiring our fossil fuel plants. Thus, they would not require all of the new transmission lines, saving us quite a bit of money and time as we are moving forward. So, Mr. President, this is, again, a discussion that we've been having for a long time, as Senator Pratt mentioned. It's something we absolutely need to be doing without the fear that it's happening and coming tomorrow. But I also want to talk a little bit about the spent fuel issue that was talked about here and the worry around that. I'm not going to go into it again. Senator Gruenhagen was right. I believe about 96% of the energy is still available in that spent fuel that's sitting in those casks. We have a potential in Minnesota to follow France. Representative Rarick and myself are already working on some plans to work with Xcel Energy, Prairie Island community, and the Monticello community to be able to get the spent fuel all into one location, which then provides us the opportunity in the near future to develop the plants that would reprocess those spent fuel rods into rods or fuel sources that could be used in these new emerging technologies. But without the repeal and the moratorium, these things don't even get off the ground because we can't even start talking about those futures. Mr. President and members, this is something we have to do if we are truly serious about carbon-free emissions by 2040. The discussions have to start now. The utilities have to be able to start putting this in their plans. Mr. President, this isn't just a one-party issue. The number of groups from the other side of the aisle that support this are growing every single day. They've been doing the research, they've been looking at it. They want carbon-free energy, and they realize without nuclear, we're not going to get there. So, Mr. President and members, support the Lucero motion. Let our Minnesota utilities start the process of doing their planning so that we can actually achieve what we're saying we want to achieve.
Any other discussion before I go to the author of the amendment? A roll call has been requested and a roll call has been granted. Any other discussion before we end this discussion with Senator Lucero? Senator Lucero, you're the last voice that we'll hear before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's only a matter of time. And I suspect that the majority, the Democrat majority in this body, are not going to add this amendment. But please prove me wrong. Please prove me wrong by voting green. But if this amendment goes down, it is only a matter of time before this eventually will have to be lifted. It is not possible to serve the needs of Minnesota, the electrical energy needs, and the continued evolution in the demand with solar panels and windmills. We need to have a base load in order to achieve that reliability. And I will continue these conversations. I will continue to push this issue because this is not something that we can pass a year or two before the expiration of the current certificates and then think that we're going to somehow solve a crisis that inevitably will come. If we want to be proactive, if we want to do what is best for Minnesota, we need to pass this today. We cannot keep kicking the can down the road. So with that, Mr. President, I look forward, and I'm watching specifically, Mr. President, for your green vote. Thank you so much.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A14 Lucero Amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Umu Verbatim, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no.
Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye. All senators having voted who desires a vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 35 noes, the A14 Lucero Amendment is not adopted. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A12 amendment.
Senator Matthews offers the A12 amendment. The Secretary will report the A12 amendment.
Senator Matthews moves to amend Senate File Number 4942 as follows. Page 117, after line 26, insert. This is the A12 amendment.
Senator Matthews to your A12 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an amendment that gives a second attempt in a different form with the nuclear moratorium. And this is a partial lifting of the moratorium by allowing a certificate of need to be issued to construct new nuclear power generating plants with a maximum generation capacity of 300 megawatts. Now, this will basically limit it to a partial nuclear moratorium repeal for the small modular nuclear reactors that will be a key part of the next phase, the next generation of our energy future. This is not going to allow for new large nuclear facilities like we currently have at Prairie Island or Monticello, but the trend is growing in how energy facilities will look in the future, and many of the new designs are going to be the small advanced modular reactors. I have been able to see some of these reactors. We took a trip as a Legislative Energy Commission a couple of years ago to Idaho Falls in Idaho to see some of these new facilities that they are working on designing, some of the plans, some of the prototypes, and it was truly mind-blowing to see that they have taken the safety features to a whole new level at some of these facilities. Even though we have very, very rigorous and high-level safety systems in place at our current facilities, they're finding ways to even go above and beyond that with these new designs. These will have much smaller footprints. They won't need as large of a land mass that our current large facilities will use. And this is going to be very important in the near future. This will meet needs that are going to be exposed because of the 100% blackout bill that the majority passed last year. And I think that this will come into play in a couple of areas. First, we've got a number of locations around the state that are going to have retiring energy generation facilities. And it leaves behind an infrastructure that could be very key to use if we plugged one of these small advanced reactors on some of these sites. There's interconnections to the grid. There's other infrastructure things that are in place that it makes a whole lot of common sense to help reduce the cost of the construction and operation of these plants by using some of the existing infrastructure. I think this also makes a lot of sense with some of our high energy users to help with the energy needs that they have. I could foresee a scenario where it would be easy and very common sense to consider plugging in one of these small nuclear reactors right next to a mining operation to help power the high energy usage that they have at mining facilities. I could see other large industrial systems that could stand to utilize a system like this. And I think this could help in some of our rural areas to be an economic driver. We have a lot of rural counties. I've represented some of them before, and there are others, especially across northern and western Minnesota, that have low populations and a lower level of economic activity than the state average. And it is reflected in the average salary and the overall economic level that many of these people are at. And having the ability to look at new sites for these advanced nuclear studies could be an excellent economic driver for some of our counties that could use this to boost their property tax intake, that could use it in their schools, in their city, that could raise the overall standard of living. So this is an important step. As was stated on the last amendment, it's only a matter of time, members. You know, and I know that many of you already know this, that deep down, you're going to have to do this sooner or later. And the longer that you put it off, the harder it's going to be to actually get it done right, or get it done when we're not in a crisis mode. And when we talked about this last year, we had hearings on this bill last year, We're at 17 years away from the 2040 standard when we heard this bill last year. We're at 16 years today as we stand. If you vote this down and kick this can down the road till at least next year's session, then we're only at 15 years away. And that is not a lot of time in the lifespan of energy generation. So this is a common sense amendment that I know that many of my colleagues behind me knows needs to happen. I would urge members to support this amendment of a partial repeal of the moratorium and would ask for a roll call vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you again, Senator Matthews. I do think this is an important debate, thus my inclusion of the advanced nuclear study in the energy omnibus bill in the Senate. I would add that I think the better path is to do the study and bring that evidence forward, and therefore, members, I encourage a no vote on the A12 amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Grudenhagen, we're on the A12 amendment.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I rise in support of Senator Matthews' A12 amendment. You know, just want to bring a perspective. A few years ago, when I was in the other body, we were invited out to, I think, Norfolk, Virginia, for the launching of the USS Minnesota nuclear submarine, one of the most technologically advanced submarines in the world. I wasn't able to go, but quite a few other legislators were, and they brought me a book back regarding that submarine. And the submarine can come out of the water at almost a 90-degree angle, okay? 90 degrees come out of the ocean. But the interesting thing, I asked, well, what is that nuclear submarine powered by? You know what they said? They said nuclear material the size of a human fist. I said, really? Yeah, just nuclear material the size of a human fist. And I said, well, how long does that last? And they said, according to what was shared, it's going to last between 30 and 33 years, members. So we could have penny-cheap, reliable baseload electricity. And Senator Matthews' amendment starts us down that process, rather than high-cost, unreliable, rolling blackouts. And when we got to clean these solar and windmills up, it's going to be an environmental disaster. I don't know if any of you have gone by a windmill graveyard. I haven't, but my brother-in-law has. And when he went by, he took all kinds of pictures on his way south. And he sent them to me. He said, Glenn, here's a windmill graveyard. And the more I looked into that, they can't recycle most of this stuff. It's going to be an environmental disaster, and yet we're paying companies to promote this on us. So members, let's do what's right for the people of Minnesota, for our businesses, our farms, and even for your children and grandchildren. Provide them safe, environmentally friendly, and low-cost, reliable electricity. Vote yes for Senator Matthews' amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, any other discussion on the Matthews A12 amendment before we go to the author, who will be the last voice we hear before we vote? Seeing none, Senator Matthews. No discussion. The secretary will take the roll on the A12 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rasmussen votes aye.
Senator Rasmussen votes aye. Members, we're on the A12 amendment. Senator Umu verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 32 noes, the A12 amendment is adopted. Senator Matthews for your next amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A13 amendment.
Senator Matthews offers the A13 amendment, and the secretary will report the A13 amendment.
Senator Matthews moves to amend Senate File 4942 as follows. Page 91, delete lines 11 to 17 and insert. This is Amendment A13.
Senator Matthews to your A13 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is another amendment that is seeking to add one more tool to the toolbox moving forward. The A13 amendment is a bill that did get a hearing in the Energy Committee last year in 2023. It was laid over at the time, and the A13 amendment would take $200,000 to form a feasibility study on the use of hydrogen produced by nuclear power plants in Minnesota for manufacturing, refining, agricultural, transportation, or other purposes. There is growing studies. In fact, Excel is working on a pilot project right now at one of the existing nuclear facilities about determining how well hydrogen and nuclear go together and can generate hydrogen off of the equipment being used at a nuclear plant. And so adding one more tool in the toolbox, this would be hydrogen, is a worthwhile endeavor. Just like we have a feasibility study for nuclear that's in the underlying bill, this would seek to look out and study for one more tool in the toolbox in order to make this happen. I'd like to request a roll call and would urge a green vote on the amendment.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would be fine with this amendment and consider it a friendly amendment.
Any other discussion on the A13 amendment? Senator Matthews, do you still want a roll call? Roll call withdrawn. All in favor of the A13 amendment say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A13 is adopted. Senator Grudenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I'd like to offer the A37 amendment.
Senator Grudenhagen offers the A37 amendment. The secretary will report the A37 amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen moves to amend Senate File 4942 as follows. Page 105 after line 11, insert. This is Amendment A37.
Senator Grudenhagen to your A37 amendment.
Well, Mr. President and members, what this amendment does, it gives us one more way to have clean energy with a base load amount. You know, I couldn't help but remember when we had that polar vortex, I think it was 2019, I happened to read the Star Tribune that day, and I cut the article out. It was titled, "We Need More Than Alternative Energy," after that, 30 below zero. And what it showed was that during that polar vortex, only 4%, members, 4% of our electricity was coming from alternatives. So a lot of the alternatives don't work very well when you have way below zero or extreme heat, and that's the time you need that electricity the most. So what this amendment does, we already allow reliable baseload electricity from hydro up to 100 megawatts here in the state of Minnesota. What this amendment would do, it would remove that cap so that we could receive, both within the state and also out of state, electricity from baseload clean energy, hydro above 100 megawatts. So members, it's already been vetted and approved to do up to 100 megawatts. This is just a simple step to allow other baseload clean energy above 100 megawatts. So members, I would ask Senator Frentz to yield.
Senator Frentz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Grudenhagen.
Oh, Senator Frentz, would you consider this a friendly amendment?
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Grudenhagen. I would not be able to consider this a friendly amendment at this time. We have not vetted large hydro. As you know, Native American communities consider large hydro to be a real threat to native lands, and I think the better approach would be to vote down the amendment and then to consider it in committee next year, where I enjoy having you serve, I'd like to mention. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Lucero, excuse me, Senator Grudenhagen.
Do I look like Senator Lucero? No. No, I just want to tell Senator Frentz that I appreciated him as a chair, and he did allow for a robust discussion, which is needed on the energy. So I did appreciate that. It's unfortunate that he won't support this amendment to remove the cap on clean, reliable, and base load electricity above hydro above 100 megawatts. So, Mr. President, I would like a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted.
And would encourage members, for the sake of their children and grandchildren and baseload inexpensive energy and clean for the environment, to vote yes on this amendment.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A37 Grudenhagen amendment. Members, we're on the A37 Grudenhagen amendment. Senator Umu Verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no. Members, please vote.
Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rasmussen votes aye.
And Senator Rasmussen votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 33 noes, the 837 Gruenhagen amendment is not adopted. Senator Gruenhagen.
Evidently, we like higher costs and unreliable electricity, which is the path we're going down. Anyway, yeah, I'd like to offer the 810 amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen offers the 810 amendment. The secretary will report the 810 amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen moves to amend Senate File 4942 as follows, page 97, line 25. This is Amendment A10.
Senator Gruenhagen to your 810 amendment.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is on a grant that's inside the bill on page 97. Under Section 4, it says ultra-efficient vehicle development grants. And when we were in the Energy Committee, we had an individual come forth who wanted $250,000 grant to try to develop ultra-efficient vehicles. And a couple questions were asked of him. Number one, I asked, did you raise any amount of venture capital to match this $250,000? And the answer from the individual was no. I said, he was also asked whether he had a building, and the answer was no. I also think we asked him about employees, and the answer was no. So members, we're going to give somebody $250,000 because they have this idea, and with little to no oversight. Members, think about some of the waste and fraud that's developed in the state of Minnesota. I'll just mention one, feeding our future. We lost millions of dollars, and here, what my amendment does, it says the least we should do is match private sector money he raised up to $250,000. So if he raises $100,000, then we'll give him $100,000. But just give him, if it's such a great idea, venture capitalists to step forward to help pay for this. Instead, we're going down a path of just saying, no building, no employees, no match from the private sector, from venture capitalists. Here's $250,000. We hope something works out. So members, the least we should require is a match to what he raises in the private sector.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Gruenhagen. This is why I like having you on the Energy Committee. I'm going to offer a friendly reception of your amendment and ask members to vote green on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion? Senator Gruenhagen, you look shocked. Do you want to really talk, or do you want to go to the vote? Senator Gruenhagen.
Senator Frentz just took my breath away. I have to have a few minutes to recover.
I saw
here.
that he took your breath away. That's why I was trying to help you. Would you like for us to go to a vote, Senator Gruenhagen?
Yeah, roll call. No? Huh?
I heard them saying no roll call vote. I mean, Senator Gruenhagen.
Voice voted? Okay, we'll just take a voice vote.
Okay, thank you. Members, all in favor of the 810 amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails. The 810 is adopted. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Minnesota's Renewable Development Account is a utility program funded by ratepayers that supports investments in clean energy projects in Minnesota, and that's all fine, well, and good. But Mr. President, on page 93 here, I'm looking specifically at the award on this to Dakota County, and specifically lines 93.21 through 93.27. And I'm wondering, Mr. President, if Senator Klein would yield for a question.
Senator Klein, let's see. I don't see Senator. There he is. Senator Klein, will you yield? He says yes. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Klein. My understanding is this was your underlying bill, which is the reason why I asked you to yield. But I'm just wondering here, I'm specifically looking at the purposes on this and the including but not limited to language. There's 3 specific things set forth, and I was just wondering if you can think of any other things that might be included in this award and why it was necessary to include the including but not limited to language.
Senator Klein to the question.
Mr. President and Senator Kroon, I apologize that I was engaged in conversation. Can you please repeat your question and just refer me to the part of the bill that you're discussing?
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Klein. I'm on page 93 of the bill, 93.21 through 93.27, and it's the Renewable Development Account Award to Dakota County. And the question I have, Senator Klein, is just, there's 3 specific things mentioned there, but the language is including but not limited to. So the question is, can you think of any examples, or are you aware of anything else that this was designated for, or why the included but not limited to language is included here?
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, Senator Kroon, thank you for your question. My understanding was that Dakota County had a very specific plan to get to carbon zero, with this grant money, and that they would actually then be carbon negative and generating more energy than they utilized. These were improvements to their existing county buildings, and that's why the grant was going to the county. In terms of the specific including but not limited to, no, I cannot think of a specific thing that would be included that was not delineated in their plan, and if that needs tightening up, I would be receptive to that.
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Klein. And with that, I will offer the A18.
Senator Kroon offers the A18 amendment. The Secretary will report the A18 amendment.
Senator Kroon moves to amend Senate File 4942 as follows. Page 93, line 22. This is Amendment A18.
Senator Kroon to your A18 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a very simple amendment that just strikes but is not limited, so that the items that are in the award are what it is to be used for. When you see the phrase included but not limited to, and it's not uncommon to use that necessarily, but it's a very important language that we need to be cognizant of, because it means that the list that follows is not exhaustive and may include other items beyond what is explicitly stated. This phrase is often used to make it clear that the items mentioned are just examples, but other things may be included. And it ensures that any items not explicitly mentioned are automatically excluded. So it can have significant implications for the rights and responsibilities here under this award, and I thought that we should tighten this language up just to make sure. I mean, these are funds that are paid by the ratepayers. We want to make sure that they go targeted to energy efficient projects and to the things that are specifically listed in this lines 93.21 through 93.27.
Senator Klein to the A18.
Mr. President, Senator Kroon, friendly amendment.
Any other discussion on the A18? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion prevails and the A18 is adopted. Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A15 amendment.
Senator Weber offers the A15 amendment. The Secretary will report the A15 amendment.
Senator Weber moves to amend Senate File 4942 as follows. Page 106, after line 15, insert Section 7. This is Amendment A15.
Senator Weber to your A15 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of this amendment is to grant a provision to our smaller rural electric cooperatives that, quite frankly, our larger utilities already enjoy. Our larger utilities are allowed to exempt the electricity they provide to pipeline pumping stations as they seek to determine their goals and qualify for incentives that are offered by the state. However, our local REAs are not allowed to reduce or to remove those loads from their computations. And quite frankly, the loads for these type of facilities are substantial, and there is very little that can be done to improve the efficiency and allow our REAs to qualify for the same type of incentives and to meet the goals that have been established. Therefore, Mr. President, the purpose of this amendment basically defines the pumping stations and then provides our local consumer-owned cooperatives to have the same benefit that our large utilities have.
Senator Frentz to the A15 Weber Amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Weber. As members of the Energy Committee know, we did have this discussion. There is a process where this exemption can be granted. I'm going to vote no on the amendment and thank Senator Weber for bringing it and happy to continue the conversation. And may I have a roll call, please, Mr. President?
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President and members, and thank you, Senator Weber, for bringing this forward. I am the chief author of the provision that this is getting at, and as Senator Weber mentioned, this is a piece that is trying to give our small rural co-ops and municipals the same recognition that our large investor-owned utilities get. A little further explanation for that, our small rural co-ops might have one or two of these pumping stations that are on their system. Thus, there's not enough energy usage for them to receive the exemption that our larger utilities have already received through the PUC process. So this will allow our rurals to aggregate their amounts of energy usage so they meet that threshold and can get the same exemption. And I've heard a number of folks trying to advocate for the idea and the concept that this is a benefit for the pipelines. Mr. President, that is not accurate. The pipelines are already there, they're operating, and the electric utilities do not have a choice as to whether they provide power for those pumping stations or not. They must bring the power there. This is power usage that increases the amount of power they have to supply. There are no efficiencies to be found, and thus they have to try to work with other customers on their system to meet the mandates that we have in place for the efficiencies that they have to accomplish every single year. We have another provision in the bill that does this very same thing for high energy usage around these data mining facilities, which is with cryptocurrencies. Again, no efficiencies can be found. We're exempting those, and we're just looking to provide this very same piece in a way that can be done that isn't covered currently in state statute for our small co-ops. This gets to that piece, and it is the right thing to do. Otherwise, we're pushing this burden upon all the other customers within those very small co-ops to be able to meet these efficiencies.
Any other discussion before I go to the author of the amendment on the A15? Seeing none, Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, it seems rather strange to me that we would be willing to allow this type of an exclusion to our large utilities, but we would deny it to our small electric cooperatives. You know, what we have done and what we have seen, quite frankly, in recent years is that the energy policy of this state has driven the cost up to most of our electric customers. And when we do not allow this type of a benefit to accrue to our electric rural cooperatives, quite frankly, we're increasing the cost to their customers even more. And at the end of the day, I ask the question, Mr. President, what is fair about that? And the answer is nothing. And so I urge all of you to give a green vote to this to restore some fairness to the costs for our electric consumers in rural Minnesota, and urge you all to vote green.
The Secretary would take the roll on the A15 Weber Amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Umu verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no,
Senator Dietzick votes no,
and Senator Morrison votes no.
and Senator Morrison votes no. Senator Jasinski for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the A15 Weber Amendment is not adopted. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to introduce the A28 amendment.
The A20 or the A28?
A28, Mr. President.
Senator Matthews offers the A28 amendment. The secretary will report the A28 amendment.
Senator Matthews moves to amend Senate File 4942 as follows. Page 128 after line 8, insert. This is Amendment A28.
Senator Matthews to your A28 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe that the A28 amendment is combining a couple other amendments that are sitting on the desk. That might have been the confusion at the front desk. The A28 amendment has two pieces in it that were two separate bills that I introduced and were given hearings and laid over earlier this year. It has a ban on prohibitions on natural gas and propane hookups to prohibit political subdivisions from adopting ordinances that would prevent utilities from connecting or reconnecting natural gas or propane to any building or supplying natural gas or propane to any building or utility customer. The second section, which is similar, would be that a political subdivision may not adopt local regulations prohibiting the use of natural gas as an energy source in a residential unit. We had some discussion. We had really good discussion on these bills in the Energy Committee. This is not something that is currently happening in Minnesota, but is happening in other places around the country where cities are trying to prohibit using natural gas or propane either in new construction, new developments that are coming up, or in trying to prohibit and require people to remove natural gas from being used as a heat source in their home. And again, along the theme of having all the tools in the toolbox, this amendment is seeking to get out in front of that and make it clear that the policies that we should set in Minnesota is to allow the consumer to decide. And one of the common arguments that we got on this topic is about local control and should local cities set their own policies. But this is going even one level deeper to allow the individual consumer to decide what source they want to use that's in their own home. And that's why I've brought this forward. This is gaining support. This is particularly supported by some housing organizations that want to use this to ensure that we can build more housing at lower costs by having all the energy options available to them as they are considering the hookups for this. So we had a good discussion in committee. I think it's a good common sense amendment and would encourage members to support the A28 amendment.
Senator Frentz for the A28 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Matthews. These are considerations that we bring forward, and you listed most of them, so I will be brief. I would ask members to vote no on the A28 amendment. I think the stronger argument is the local control argument that I appreciate Republicans acknowledging. I'd also say that as we look around the state, we do not see communities making these particular bans. Those two reasons combined, plus the preponderance of Republican amendments I've already taken, caused me to ask members to vote no on the A28. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion on the A28 amendment before I go to the author of the amendment? And just to make sure there's been no roll call requested, correct? All right, Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am going to request a roll call on the amendment.
Roll call requested, roll call granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, yes, we hear that argument, but we're going even one level deeper on the local control argument that the individual and the consumer should be the one that controls what they use for their hookups, what they use for their heat, not have it dictated to them. Also, if we did have cities that started to move this way in Minnesota, we would see the same consequences that we're seeing in cities elsewhere around the country that are doing this, and that is raising the cost of building new homes because it's limiting them to only certain types of hookups, mainly forcing them to completely electrify a home rather than allowing for gas or propane infrastructure into the home. And it would also make it more difficult if you try to heat with all electric heat. It usually needs a little extra oomph when you're going through your coldest temperatures, and it can also then get expensive at that time because everybody is needing to use their electric heat at that time. So this amendment would help ensure that we can save energy costs to consumers and that we can try to lower or stop the increase in the cost of housing. So it's a common sense. It's the ultimate local control amendment. I'd urge members to vote green on the amendment.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A28 Matthews amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye. Senator Umu Verbatim, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no. Members, please vote. All members having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the A28 Matthews Amendment is not adopted. Senator Green.
Mr. Chair, I would like to offer the A24 amendment.
Senator Green offers the A24 amendment. The secretary will report the A24 amendment.
Senator Green moves to amend Senate File 4942 as follows. Page 105 after line 11, insert. This is Amendment A24.
Senator Green, to your amendment.
Mr. President, the A24 amendment is going to try to give the citizens of rural Minnesota a little bit of a break here, discussing the rural co-ops and what they mean to us. And before the co-ops came about in greater Minnesota, whether it be all the utilities actually, and there was also other co-ops that were put in place because there was no other way to get services out there unless you could join together and be assured that there was a certain amount of whatever the co-op was representing, be it electricity, telephone, or the other co-ops that we might have. So there would be assured that there would be enough sufficient use to warrant whether it be electric lines, telephone lines, or whatever. And so these are not-for-profit organizations. They're ruled by the people that they serve. There's boards that are there. The residents of whichever co-op it might be come in and take votes on what they choose to do and how they choose to move forward. And these meetings are held annual meetings once a month or once a year, of course, and then there's monthly meetings as well that the people can attend. And I'm going to talk a little bit about my co-op because it's near and dear to my heart for what we do there. It serves all of Monoman County and then the portions of the surrounding county. And Monoman County, as I've said in the past, is probably, if not one of the most poorest counties in the state. It's with the fewest members and the highest tax per capita. And our electric bills have skyrocketed. And as I've stated before as well, there are times within the year where this electric co-op will send out 500 disconnect notices every month for people that are behind on their electric bills that can't afford to pay them. I have been talked to some of the folks there, and I will tell you with the increase in prices that we have, that used to be before they put in the new systems, that the workers from the co-op would actually go out and to the residents and disconnect them at the poles. And I've been to some of these places where this has happened, and what you have is, in most of the time, it's senior citizens, and they've actually had to make decisions as to whether or not they're going to get their medication, whether they're going to eat, or whether they're going to pay their electric bill. And in the last 10 to 15 years, we've seen our electric bills more than double. And with this 20 by 50 policies that were put in place, then I might add that these policies, according to the information that we have, are going to have no measurable differences within the next 75 years, and that they're moving forward, and a lot of the people there just simply can't afford them. It can't be done. The policies are also putting into place roadblocks to alternative energies that we use for backup that are going to be more and more expensive. Reduction of propane, for instance, that's going to happen now with some of the policy we put in place. And these co-ops work hard at these meetings, even though times are tough, and they're trying to keep their electricity and their customers happy. They also do a lot for their communities. including the other policies that you see as far as giving breaks for people that put in geothermal, for instance. They do scholarships for the kids in the area. They're just a huge part of our community. And so what this amendment does, it just gives them a break, along with some of the other people that have been given some exclusions here. What this will do is say that the electric co-ops would be eased up on some of the regulations that are coming at us. And I don't know if there's any other people out there who have talked to their own co-ops, but mine are very worried, very, very worried. And so, Mr. President, I'd like to ask folks to consider voting for the A24 amendment. It's a good amendment, and I think it'll make a huge difference across Minnesota.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Green. Like you, I'm a proud member of a rural electric cooperative. I'm going to ask members to vote no on the A24, but I would make a couple points. When we brought the 100% clean energy by 2040 bill forward, part of the group was MREA. And they were one of the groups that we worked with the most. And the reason is I insisted that we had to have MREA at least to neutral as a stakeholder in that bill, and I mean that. And I met with my rural co-op. We had our annual meeting 3 weeks ago, Benco, 1,400 members. We talked a lot about it. And I think the sense I got from the members there, these are my friends and neighbors just like yours, is we do have to make efforts on climate change. We do have to work to reduce carbon emissions. So I hear you about the community involvement. Our president of Benco, his daughters babysat our kids. That's the community involvement that I think you and I both see out of our cooperative. However, I think we have to move forward together. If we're all in it together, we'll have a better chance to achieve our goals, Mr. President, and I think we can agree we're all occupying the same planet. With that, I would ask members to respectfully vote no on the A24 amendment, and I would ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion on the A24 before we go to the author of the amendment? Who could have the last word? Seeing none, Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just want to quickly reiterate the fact that if you look at the statistics on the carbon reductions, this is going to make zero measurable difference for the next 75 years. Yet it's not going to be zero measurable difference in the pocketbooks of the people that are paying these bills, people that simply can't afford it. And so I don't see that there should be a problem with this bill. I'd like to move forward with it, and so I'm asking for a green vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A24 Green Amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Umu verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
And Mr. President, Senator Kunish votes no.
And Senator Kunish votes no. Senator Jasinski for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye. Members, please vote. Kunish is in person. All members having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the A24 Green Amendment is not adopted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A26 amendment.
Senator Lucero offers the A26 amendment, and the secretary will report the A26 amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend Senate File 4942 as follows. Page 103 after line 9, insert. This is Amendment A26.
Senator Lucero, to your A26 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. My amendment has to do with meters. So we're all familiar with meters. We have them on the outside of our residences, our homes, and they collect the usage so that we can be billed. In the case of electricity, things are changing. The standard meter, which we might be familiar with, is in the process of being replaced with what's called a smart meter. This amendment requires a utility to receive written consent from a property owner to install a smart meter on a person's home or business. The form that it would be used to gain that consent must plainly state that the opt-in is optional. Service will not be impacted based on whether the homeowner or business owner opts in or out, and that the definition of what a smart meter is included on the form. Mr. President and members, Xcel Energy is presently installing these, and it is assumed that consent is given and that consumers do have the right to opt out, but opting out is an action that is affirmative action that's required. What this amendment seeks to do is make it to be an affirmative opt-in before said smart meter is installed. Now, Xcel Energy is charging $15 per month if a homeowner chooses to want to retain the old meter, a non-smart meter. Now, Xcel Energy is doing this to incentivize people to not want to retain the older type meter, the non-smart meter, and instead switch to the smart meter. There's a couple reasons that I have concerns with this. First, we have seen through public reports, through the media, that Xcel Energy is seeking to switch from a standard rate right now to a time of use rate. That would mean the rate that is charged to the consumer would be different based on different times of the day. Smart meter helps to facilitate that. But in this age of Internet of Things, we're all familiar, we've probably heard this term, maybe we're not familiar, Mr. President. We've heard the term Internet of Things, smart technology, whether it be a smartphone, a smart thermostat, a smart refrigerator, smart anything that's going on in the home. All of these smart technologies, Mr. President, come along with collecting information, very granular, privacy intruding information on the homeowner. When it comes to our homes, our Constitution and the idea all throughout society is that our homes are a very special place. What happens inside of our homes is none of anybody's business. And we have very severe protections like the Fourth Amendment before government can go into a person's home. Well, what this does in the advent of modern day technology, smart meters can extract that information that's occurring from inside the four walls of a home and then send that information to various parties. And here's just one article speaking about the privacy concerns of smart meters. And I'm not going to read the whole thing, just a few sentences to punctuate this very, very serious point. The privacy concerns associated with smart energy meters primarily stem from collecting and storing personal energy consumption data. This data can provide detailed insight into a household's daily routine, habits, and lifestyle, which could be used by third parties for various purposes, such as targeted marketing or even criminal activities like burglary. Moreover, there are concerns about the unauthorized sharing or selling of this data to third parties, including energy suppliers, marketers, and government agencies, which can raise issues about misuse of personal data and erosion of privacy rights. So, Mr. President, one of the things that I have championed my entire time in the legislature here is personal data privacy. And as technology continues to advance, there continues to be this ever-growing threat. And it is one of the issues that is bipartisan concern is data being collected, data being harvested, data mined, and then transmitted to third parties without consent, without authorization, which is very intrusive. And so I'm hoping, Mr. President, this is among those issues that will continue to gain that bipartisan concern, that smart meter technology, which can, Mr. President, get as granular as per appliance usage statistics. When you're using your refrigerator, when you're using the microwave, when you're using the stove, when you're using these various appliances within the home, that is the kind of data that can be collected and shared, and it's none of anybody's business. Now, if somebody wants to have a smart meter, no problem. All I'm requiring in this amendment is that it would be an opt-in, an affirmative consent before that is installed in somebody's home. With that, Mr. President, I ask for a roll call, and I encourage a green vote.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Lucero. Again, appreciate your work on the Energy Committee. Members, the utilities are our partners here. We're asking them to help us provide reliable, inexpensive, and clean energy, and we're asking to give them a reasonable opportunity to do business. I know you to be the talented, hardworking senator that you are, Senator Lucero, and yet I don't have any advocacy from any of these utilities telling me that they support this amendment. I respect your privacy concerns, but Subdivision 2 and Subdivision 3 of this amendment have not even been heard in the committee. I think the smarter path is to take these things carefully, and with that, members, I would ask for a no vote on the A26 amendment.
Any additional discussion on the A26 before we go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, the last voice you hear is from Senator Lucero before the Secretary takes the vote. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Frentz. I sincerely do appreciate that you did allow the opportunity to hear a smart meter bill in the committee to bring some visibility to this issue. Again, I would just submit that this amendment, this conversation, is being motivated by Minnesotans who do not want to have their privacy and intrusion. It's not being driven by the utilities, and therefore you're not going to see a letter in support of this, because the utilities want to intrude in the homes of residents and businesses across Minnesota. I'm seeking to end that, or at least make it an affirmative consent. With that, Mr. President, please vote green. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A26 Lucero amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye. Senator Umu Verbatim, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 32 noes, the A26 amendment is adopted. Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A36 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth offers the A26.
A36.
A36 amendment. The Secretary will report the A36 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth moves to amend Senate File number 4942 as follows. Page 105 after line 11, insert. This is the A36 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth, to your A36 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I hope that this will be taken as a friendly amendment, but just in case it's not, I would request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Farnsworth.
Mr. President, last year this body passed a bill that requires green energy by 2040. In that bill, one of the carbon-free sections listed biomass, and there's a number of things that were included. One thing that was not included is wood waste. And so what this amendment does is that it clarifies that wood waste would meet that definition. This would not include any fresh timber that could be used for 2x4s or for building or anything else. It would only be wood waste that would be discarded, that would be burned, and we wouldn't get any electricity for it. And the example that I have, of course, is my hometown in Hibbing. The Hibbing Public Utilities has a big wood boiler. And the nice thing about that is that there's also a pallet company in McGregor in my district. And all of the wood waste from the pallet company gets shipped up to Hibbing. Hibbing burns that wood waste that would either be sitting out somewhere rotting methane and being worse for the environment, or it would just be incinerated and we wouldn't get anything in return. So Hibbing burns it. Hibbing creates electricity that goes out to the whole city, and Hibbing creates steam, and the steam goes to the steam district that heats about 1,000 homes in town as well as the downtown district. So this is the perfect example of a heating system and an electrical system that uses every last bit of energy. In fact, not only that, but it also creates ash when it burns the wood, and the ash gets shipped out to local farmers, and they use that in their fields. So that's just one example of the good work that can be done by using waste wood in this way. So I would encourage a green vote, Mr. President.
Senator Frentz.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Farnsworth. We've discussed this issue before. I would ask members to vote no. First of all, our 100% carbon-free definitions generally require the energy generation to be carbon-free, and this is not. I do respect the environmental arguments that are made about wood chips and wood waste, and I think we should have that conversation, maybe include the Senate Environment Committee in that. But having negotiated the terms of the 100% clean energy bill by 2040, I would ask members to vote no on the A36. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to support the A36 amendment. Some of you know that in Shakopee, right here in Minnesota, we have one of the largest malting companies in the world. They produce malt for all the large breweries. Rahr Malting in Shakopee, Minnesota. Right next to Shakopee, or right next to Rahr Malting in Shakopee, is a cooperative between Rahr Malting and the Mdewakanton Sioux called Kona Energy. And they are burning this very wood waste. And in fact, Mr. President, a few years ago, I was able to work with Senator Hur to get emerald ash borer wood included for Kona Energy to burn to help us get rid of this disease on our trees. We have to burn that wood. We have to incinerate it in order to get rid of the emerald ash borer. And when Senator Frentz and I were in Germany, we went and we saw a wood burning plant, and in Germany they consider that a renewable resource. To put this waste wood back to use to generate energy to help meet the needs of consumers. Members, this is a very common sense approach to the energy bill. It's one that would help Senator Farnsworth district. It's certainly one that would help mine, along with several others, to make sure that this waste wood, these pallets that can't be used for anything else, the waste wood that we're taking from diseased trees can be burned efficiently and be put to use, and not just wasted heat as we dispose of it in some other way. So, members, I encourage a yes vote on this amendment.
Any other discussion on the A36 Farnsworth Amendment before the author has the last word? Seeing none, Senator Farnsworth, before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. There isn't too much else to say. I think that this using this waste wood to create electricity is better for the environment. As I said, as I talked to foresters about this, they have talked about the methane and the CO2 that is emitted when this wood it just sits and rots. But we're able to use it to create electricity. And as Senator Pratt mentioned, there's the emerald ash borer that's killing thousands of trees, and we've got to do something. We've got to get rid of them. We don't want to just let that stuff sit and rot, but we can burn them. We can create electricity. This is a good amendment. I ask for a green vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A36 Farnsworth Amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye. Senator Umu Verbatim, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote. What are we holding up for? Abler came in and he left out. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 33 ayes and 33 noes. The A36 amendment is adopted. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A9 amendment.
Senator Rarick offers the A9 amendment. The Secretary will report the A9 amendment.
Senator Rarick moves to amend Senate File number 4942 as follows. Page 103, delete Section 2. This is the A9 amendment.
Senator Rarick, to your A9 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a simple deletion amendment. It is removing the provision within the bill that would mandate that utilities would have to accept an ITIN number if they request a Social Security number. Mr. President, they already have the ability to do so if they choose. I do not believe the state should be mandating it.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Rarick. This is Senator Port's bill relating to the ITIN. I would ask members to vote no on the A9. These are Minnesotans that live in our communities, pay taxes to our state and local governments, and are contributing citizens just like they are for all our other legislation. Again, Mr. President, asking members to vote no on the A9. Thank you.
Any other discussion? And I just want to make sure that there's no roll call requested.
Mr. President, I would like to request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Senator Rarick, you have any last words?
Thank you, Mr. President. And, I just want to, one of the reasons we should not be mandating this, there are things that need to be done in this country. I firmly believe we need to reform the way that people can immigrate into this country to make it more accessible and more affordable to legally come into this country. When we put provisions like this in, we're helping to incentivize people to come here illegally, and it's actually not helping them. We need to reform our system completely, but doing provisions like this is actually making it easier for the folks at the federal level not to do reforms. We need to make those reforms federally, help people get here legally, and then we don't need provisions like this included. Please vote no, or please vote yes on the amendment to remove this.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A9 Rarick Amendment. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye. Senator Umu Verbatim, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no. Members, please vote. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 noes, the A9 amendment is not adopted. Members, any other amendments on this portion of the bill? Any other amendment? Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File Number 4942, a bill for an act relating to state government, authorizing supplemental agricultural appropriations, etc.
Third reading. Any other discussions? Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And I really wish we were just discussing one bill at a time. And frankly, if any leaders are listening to me, I don't know why we're still including a lot of divisive stuff in these bills that have a harder time to bring both parties together, moving us toward resolution to make Minnesota a better place. So I have a couple comments. This actually is one of the better bills we're hearing today that has less inflammatory stuff than some of the other bills, which I'll bring up as those come along. And so I want to thank, I'm happy the bill has 340B in it. I think that's really an important project, a real topic, and keeping our hospitals and access to pharmacies across Minnesota. I think that's really important, and I like that, and thanks to the commerce part of that. I'm thinking actually vote for this one, but as I do that, I want to offer some counsel to the different parts of the bill. I think that copper scrap thing, I think it's well intended, but it could be improved. I'm happy that there's a task force in here to work on that. And I think that just because it sounds like a good idea doesn't mean it is. And I think Senator Dames and others were pretty eloquent in commenting about how it could be better. And ironically, it seems like people are going to be throwing more copper into the trash, which will go into a landfill, which will make us need to do more, which will put more pressure on mining places we don't want to have to even do it. So just to be cautioned about that, I'm glad it's going off to conference with people who will be thoughtful about that. And I hope as this goes through that there's some rethinking about cutting the cannabis education for minors and breastfeeding women. We, in our health committee, we talked about that very thing, about the importance of breastfeeding. And we even had some, I'm not sure if it got in the final bill, but there was talk about having places to promote that amongst different BIPOC populations for whom it would be very productive. And I think they'll need to know that this might be a bad idea if your child is, maybe they'd sleep more if they were a little stoned, but I don't know that that's a really productive way to raise your child. The final thing I want to mention, Mr. President, I've heard a rumor, and you know, rumors are worth, like what, Mr. President? Well, they're worth not very much, but there's a rumor that when this comes back, the public option might be in there. And that's only a rumor, but that would be a terrible idea, Mr. President. And since Commerce does control health care, I'm just going to spend a second talking about why that would be a really bad idea. Healthcare in Minnesota is on the ropes already. We talked on the health bill about the state of hospitals being able to pay its staff. If the public option goes forward, even delayed to 28, which seems like what, I don't know, that was the Senate version at one time, it sets us up for just a cascade of trouble. That cascade being, as the federal money runs out on the exchange, rates are likely to go up 30% in the next couple of years, just on their own. And as reinsurance goes away, which is proposed in the other bill, still part of this committee too, that's going to put more pressure on rates. And then there's going to be a gap where some people aren't going to be able to afford anything. And then when they finally do get to be the privilege of being on a public option and Medicare rates are going to fund hospitals at less than their cost, we're going to have more and more places closing if people even have insurance in the meantime. So I just want to caution people about that. And I do want to thank the three authors of this bill for the thoughtful work that's in here that makes me able to vote for the preponderance. And I can assure you if the public option is there when it comes back, that'll be a really long discussion. And back to my original point, Mr. President, we're nearing the end of session here, and there's a lot of work to be done. And so I'm going to urge members to look at these bills and find ways to get rid of the extreme parts of them, even though you might really like them, and get these bills that can at least garner a few bipartisan votes on them so we can get out of Dodge. That's how we govern, Mr. President. That's how people want us to work. And on the faith that these parts can get better, I'm going to vote yes as an exemplar of that, Mr. President. So with that, I want to thank you.
Senator Limmer. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Frentz yield for a question?
Senator Frentz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Frentz, I know that by trade you're an attorney and you're learned in the law. I don't know, I occasionally breeze through the Constitution of the state of Minnesota. And I'm sure you do too in your bedtime reading, but one question I did have, and that was not on the policies in this legislation, but the fact that there's 3 bills wrapped up in one. And as you may remember, there's a provision, Article 4, which deals with the legislative department, and Section 17, laws to embrace only one subject. No law shall embrace more than one subject which shall be expressed in its title. Well, in looking over the title, Senator Frentz, we're taking a pretty broad approach to legislation through this particular bill. We're dealing with agriculture, the energy, we're dealing with cannabis, and I can't quite understand why this bill was structured in the way it is, but I would tend to think if someone challenged this, might run into a problem that would have to be solved or addressed by the Supreme Court. Could you give me any comment on why this bill was structured the way it was?
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Limmer. First of all, My understanding is that the constitutional language was challenged previously and did go to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court relied in essence on the way the bills are titled. So the part of the front where it says a bill relating to transportation, that also includes bicycles, and then they list it that way. And I believe the Supreme Court said that that would be okay. That's my answer to your first question, although I have to admit I don't read the Constitution in the evening. I tend to be watching the ball game, but never mind that right now. Your second question is why were they combined? As you know from serving in the majority, we make certain decisions about expediting and trying to make things a little bit easier. This will reduce by 2 the number of conference committees necessary and involves a bit of concession on certain chairs to give up a little autonomy in the name of expediency. That's the basic answer I have for you, Senator Limmer. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Limmer.
Mr. President, thank you, Senator Frentz. I can understand your past reference to previous Supreme Court decisions. However, I doubt very much that they use the term expedited as a means to justify grouping more than one subject in a bill. And so I can't really accept that. You know, we've been talking on this bill for now up to 5 hours. I would certainly, and I certainly know by talking with some of our colleagues in the room that they wish that they would have been separated. Some of these bills they were in favor of. Others they're opposed. And despite the best efforts of you, Mr. President, to compartmentalize the discussion, it still gives a tremendous amount of difficulty for members to decide just how to parse the 3 bills. Maybe they generalize, maybe they make an average, but nevertheless, no matter how they do it, this is going to be a difficult bill to vote for some because of the 3 separate subjects as well as the details in each corresponding segment. So having said that, Mr. President, I hope we don't bundle bills by different subjects again. Nevertheless, we have a new Supreme Court membership. It's quite new relative to the long-standing service of some of the justices. But nevertheless, if it ever did go there, I certainly would hope that they would rule that this was contrary to the state constitution, despite the work that was put into it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President, members. Yeah, just a couple of things on the energy part. Number one, I did appreciate serving on the Energy Committee and the discussions we had, and obviously energy is a very important area in our economy, state, and nation. Second thing is, I do have concerns, though, as we continue down this path of 2040 with wind and solar. Not only the environmental impact it'll have when we have to clean this stuff up, which is going to be a disaster, okay? And it's unreliable, expensive. We talked about the polar vortex and the very little it worked percentage-wise during that period of time. The other thing I really have a concern about this energy direction that we're going is we're going to see increasing costs for our rural co-ops. And in my opinion, the direction we're going, which is not based on technology, we know that we don't have the technology to create baseload electricity. It's only going to create higher costs down the road. But really what this so-called alternative energy, clean energy, whatever you want to call it, is doing, it is the Obamacare of electricity and energy, okay? So if you like your health insurance premiums, you're going to love the direction we're going with the clean energy, all right? And here's what you're going to, and you can play this tape back to me someday. As the costs rise, you're going to see the local co-ops throw their hands up, and they're going to be swallowed up, just like Obamacare has. You have large conglomerate healthcare gobbling up all the local hospitals, and now doctors are employees rather than professionals. This is going to go the same direction. You're going to see your co-ops being closed and a big XL Energy and other conglomerates taking over our electricity. And then we're going to have government controlling, and look at with the smart meter. They already want to know what you're doing, when you're doing it, and how you're doing it with your electricity. We're going down this path that is going to be higher cost, less reliability, and it's going to hurt our businesses and the citizens of the state of Minnesota. That's what this renewable energy is doing, besides all the other things. So members, I would like to see us go back to the drawing board. I know there's been a lot of effort on this. I appreciate the amendments that were accepted, but we're still taking steps in the wrong direction for our state. And pretty soon we'll have to rename the state. You know, we just redid the flag, unfortunately, but pretty soon we're going to have to rename the state Minnefornia, okay, because that's the same direction we're going. So you see all the problems out in California, they're coming to Minnesota because we're going down that same path, and this energy thing is just one more direction. And the other thing I'd just like to say is that, you know, there's the rumor that was mentioned about the public option. Please don't bring us that public option. We went through the low reimbursement of government on our health care plans. We see the negative effect it's having. We need to revitalize the private sector. We need government as a safety net, but we need a vibrant private sector that helps carry a certain level of profit to our hospitals and doctors. That's what we need, and that's what my amendment would have started us down that path that was ruled out of order. So anyway, in closing, members, we all have children, grandchildren, and we're here ourselves. Minnesota is a great state. Unfortunately, I do have a problem in the Energy Committee when people testify and support a particular provision, which I know is negative. It would be nice if they would admit that they're working for a company who's going to profit from the legislation, because money has a corrupting influence on human nature. And when I hear these people get up in our committee who, well, I work with this company or that company, and I could name them, well, what are they? They're simply testifying for the profits for their own company. I think we should have a law against that, to tell you the truth. But, so members, and again, you can play this back to me, but it's the Obamacare of electricity. If you like your health insurance rates, you're going to love your electricity rates. Unfortunately, it's going to damage and hurt the state of Minnesota. Please vote no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Krohn.
Thank you, Mr. President. As with many things here, Senator Limmer beat me to the punch on one of these issues and talked about the constitutionality under our single subject provision in our state constitution. And normally I'm standing up talking about constitutional provisions. Senator Limmer beat me to that. And whether or not this will be deemed unconstitutional, I guess will be for the courts to decide. I do know that the Supreme Court has utterly abdicated its responsibility to uphold the state constitution on this issue. The state Supreme Court has utterly failed on this issue. Under no world is this a single subject. That's just laughable on its face. And hopefully at some point the Supreme Court will stand up and assert itself to properly interpret our state constitution. But I'm going to focus a little bit beyond the constitutionality and the policy of this. We have in this bill completely different subjects: access to 340B drug program, Minnesota Renewable Development Account, partial nuclear moratorium amendment got on, appropriations to the Department of Agriculture, grants for meat cutting programs, Minnesota Consumer Data Privacy Act. None of these things have anything to do with one another. And I know that I'm new here, and this people can say this is the way it's always been done, and both parties have done this. That may be true. But Mr. President, this is wrong. This does not lead to transparency and accountability. There are several reasons for me to vote yes on this bill and several reasons for me to vote no. And if any senator in here, if they were being honest with themselves, would say the same thing. And so when I go back to my district and somebody says, how did you vote on this or how did you vote on that? I can say I voted yes on this bill, but I really wanted to vote no, or I voted no on this bill, but I really wanted to vote yes, and I couldn't because of all these provisions in there. And the average person is left not knowing what to think, not knowing how to hold their elected officials accountable. And I know that when it comes to certain budgetary omnibus bills, that a certain amount of that may be necessary to make sure that all the budgets fit together for a particular agency, but there's no reason to do this. There's no reason to do this. This is completely unnecessary, and the voter doesn't care about the process in terms of why this needs to be done to get through a particular agenda. They want to know how their legislators vote. They want to know where their legislators stand. This bill makes that impossible. And so I know that I'm not going to change anything with this speech, and I'm not going to continue to belabor the point, Mr. President. But I would hope that we all take a look at ourselves and at least minimize what we're doing here and how we make laws in this chamber. This is embarrassing. It's unconstitutional and it's wrong. And for that reason alone, I would encourage members to vote no.
Senator Howell.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And the first thing I'd like to address on these bills, besides what's already been discussed, is that, you know, it was mentioned earlier that I had a mayor in my district that actually signed a letter saying he supported the bill. Well, I gave the mayor a call. And I said, Mr. Mayor, Your Honor, you got any copper you want to recycle? And he said, matter of fact, I've got a 5-gallon pail of copper in my garage. I said, well, did you know you better get rid of that by January 1st, 2025, or you're going to need a $250 license to go recycle that and get paid? He said, what do you mean? I said, well, that's letter that you signed that supported that bill, that's what it's going to do for you. He said, I had no idea. I said, next time, give me a call before you sign a letter, and I'll give you the Paul Harvey rest of the story to make sure that you know exactly where you're going. But what I'd really like to talk about is what is not in the bill. And actually, I'm just going to talk about the energy portion. And I would have had an amendment to this portion if I would have seen this email in time. But there's a solar installer. I've got a constituent that had a solar system put on his building a year ago. The problem is the solar installer did not apply for the interconnection agreement ahead of time. So they've been working on trying to get the interconnection agreement with the energy provider, the energy company, for over a year. But they can't do it. Why can't they do it? There are so many community solar projects in the area that their feeders are congested, meaning they lack the capacity to take any more solar. We should prevent that from happening. We should prevent solar installers by putting on solar systems without the interconnection agreement ahead of time and preventing this from happening. Here's this individual in my constituent that is sitting there with a solar system not providing electricity to anyone because he can't get the system hooked up because there's no room, there's no capacity. And what we're finding out is that these solar gardens, these huge solar fields out there, get priority, get connected, and the homeowners that want to put solar systems on their house cannot get connected. Why? There's no room for them. There's no capacity. The system can't handle them. So why didn't we address that in this bill? And I will tell you that if I would have seen this ahead of time and we would have had the time, because I know that every time we have these sectioned up bills that you got to address it at the time the bill is up, there's no way I could get it done in time to address it. So members, Mr. President, this is a mistake. It's a mistake to leave our constituents hanging out there with solar systems on their buildings for a year without being connected to this system, without being able to provide that energy. It's a waste of dollars. It's a waste. And they say they got to get a, well, what is it here? They need a phase 2 system impact study. Another $15,000 outlay for my constituent. Why didn't we address this in the Energy Committee? Why is this still an issue? I'm just sorry to say I seen this far, far too late. It just came in today. It just came in while we were having this discussion. So members, I'm appalled that we're spending money on other things and not taking care of the constituents in need and preventing these types of things from happening to our citizens. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank the members for a good discussion on this bill. Members, we've been talking about how it is unfortunate that we have these 3 omnibus bills combined into one bill. And the reason why that just got even more of a sad situation here is because we did some good work today on this energy bill. And Mr. President, with the bipartisan pieces that were in the bill originally coming into today, and then some bipartisan votes on amendments that were offered to this bill, if the energy bill was a standalone omnibus, I would be a yes vote on the energy bill. Unfortunately, we have it combined with 2 other sections, and there are pieces that I just simply cannot vote for that are in other pieces of this omnibus bill. And personally, I think that it's even stretching the limit of the single subject clause to have each section as its own standalone omnibus, because there's definitely a legitimate argument to be made that you have multiple sections within energy, multiple sections within agriculture, or multiple sections within commerce. That has seemed to be the limit of what's passed judicial tests in the past, and at the very least, we shouldn't go any broader than that. And the reason, again, that that's unfortunate is because we would have 2 really good, strong bipartisan votes on 2 of these 3 omnibus bills if we had just simply done what we normally do most years in the Senate, break them up into the individual topical omnibus bills. I want to thank the members both on the Energy Committee and on the floor here today that have worked on some important issues such as the partial nuclear moratorium repeal, some of the hydrogen feasibility studies, some of the discussion that we've had on RDA, and the wood waste that's been added as amendments to this bill. Also, I'm glad that we have had the underlying nuclear study money, and that's a very small first step in my view. I'm glad that it's going in with in conjunction with a partial moratorium repeal. I think the 2 pieces together are stronger going together than just one at a time. And so as we've gone through this bill, there are some good pieces in the bill. The energy bill as a whole, you know, there'd be some pieces I would have done differently if I had put this bill together, but it became a much better bill on the floor today, Mr. President. And had the energy bill been a standalone omnibus, I'd have been a yes vote on this bill today. So I want to urge the majority and urge the members to maybe consider, in whatever committee you've got to do behind the scenes, in a conference committee or back in the rules committee or something, let's break these back up into the single subject topics that we usually do each year and that we normally do. We could better show the people of Minnesota that we're doing the process correctly and that we have the opportunity to show that we've gotten some bipartisan product out here as a result of us working together, listening to each other's concerns, and voting in accordance with that. So with the other, some of the other pieces that are in this bill, I'm still, unfortunately, a no vote on the overall 3 omnibus subject area bill. But I do want to put on the record that had we had this energy omnibus as a standalone today, I would be a yes vote on the bill, and I'd be urging all of my caucus to join me in voting for that bill. So let's go back and do this process right and then show to Minnesota that we've been doing good bipartisan work here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I typically don't get up and talk too often, but the good senator from Blaine made a couple mentions about single subject and how the Supreme Court has abdicated their responsibility, and maybe it's always been done this way, et cetera, et cetera. So I wanted to talk a little bit about that because it hasn't always been done this way. In the 73-74 biennium, the governor signed 1,366 different bills into law that year. And I talked to a guy who was a member of this very chamber during that legislative session. I said, how did you guys manage to get all that work done? It's Friday, we spent all day here and most of the Saturday morning on 4 bills. How did you manage to get 1,366 done? Well, it's simple. We didn't pile a lot of things together. And his example to me was the tax bill. Each provision in the tax bill was voted on separately. I said, well, man, that sounds like it'd take a long time. He said, no. They presented it, and it was like 1 sentence to present the provision. And it's like, boom, boom, done. Everybody voted. You're in your chairs. You moved right along. We didn't waste a lot of time. We knew what we were here for. We took care of business, in, out, done. Now, the other piece that when they talked about abdicating the responsibility, that has been coming on since since pretty much inception. And this is kind of one of those little passionate things. Not being a lawyer, I don't know all of the machinations of the law in the courtroom. So I do a lot of digging and researching, and it's the backstory that I'm interested in. This goes all the way back to the inception of the state. And the single subject clause in the provisional constitution, when they were debating what they wanted to send off, how they wanted to ratify, was every bill shall be a single subject. And one of the delegates to the convention stood up and said, you know, there's problems in other states where they, what was the word they used in the convention? They rolled things together. There was a different phrase he used, but Christmas tree, log rolling, thank you. The phrase was log rolling, and we want to have this, but we don't want to be like all our neighboring states that are log rolling these things. So we added the second phrase, the subject shall be expressed in the title. And about, in the 60s and 70s, the Supreme Court started getting a hold of that, and in 75 or 76, they had a case, Builders v. something else, the Builders case. And that's where the Supreme Court took the first chunk out of that. And then they went down to about 400 to 600 bills a year that would go to the governor's desk. And after that, it just progressively went down and down and down until 2 sessions ago, we sent a new watermark low. Slightly over 100 bills for a biennium. That's just ridiculous. The government exponentially grew and we passed exponentially less bills to run the behemoth. So then the next one was the Auto v. Wright. The last one was Auto v. Wright, where the Supreme Court said government operations is not too broad of a title. Everything we do here is some form of a government operation. So that's where the abdication comes from when you say that government operations is not too broad of a title. So the only way we're actually going to fix this, because I know there's not going to be a majority because it's just too hard to get all the buy-in from at least 35 here and another 34 here and another 68 over on the other body and the governor to put this on the ballot. We are to do this individually in-house. We're actually going to have to rewrite the single subject clause to give it real definition of what single subject actually is. So until we actually come up with something that we all agree on as a single subject, and as far as my personal opinion, that would not be a committee bill. It would be much smaller pieces than that, because these committee bills have this, the energy one's a good example. We have nuclear moratorium in there. Well, that pretty much is the nuclear energy piece is pretty much a single subject on its own. And then you have other pieces in here with smart meters and things like this that have nothing to do with nuclear energy. Those can all be moved piecemeal, small pieces. It's easier to get the buy-in. It's easier to get the debate. We won't be spending, what time is it now? We won't be spending 5.5 hours on one bill, which is actually at least 3, if not about 150. To actually move something off the floor. And we can get the buy-in from the individual people, the individual legislators, and move things along to actually do good work for the people of Minnesota. So until we get around to actually defining what single subject means, we will continue to have this problem every year and every year and every year. So with that, thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to speak to the copper issue, too. I, too, reached out to my mayor, have a great relationship with him, and I asked him about what he knew about the bill. And he said, well, I just said, do you support getting something to stop the theft of copper? And he goes, yeah, I do that. And then I said, well, do you know what they're doing? And he goes, no. And so to have a license, and he goes, well, no, I don't support that. And he said, actually, he was thinking of a handicapped gentleman that's some of the way he makes some of the money that he lives on. And I remember with my sons, that's what they did for a hobby that they learned what value was and the hard work it takes to take dehumidifiers apart, because there used to be a lot of copper in those. But just that, the thing we want to do is we want to stop theft, absolutely. So we need to have the crimes punished maybe more severely, but we don't want to have problems with recycling. And there's a lot of people that just do it for hobbies or fun, and I think that this bill dealing with copper will do exactly the opposite as far as the recycling. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I join the voices of 4 or 5 of my colleagues so far that expressed dissatisfaction with the omnibus nature of this great big bill that we have in front of us. And I'd like to thank Senator Barr for his leadership in this area over the last decade or so, trying to help lead us in a direction that leads us away from exactly this type of behavior. In Article 4, Section 17, the Minnesota Constitution says, laws to embrace only one subject. No law shall embrace more than one subject, which will be reflected in its title. And, Mr. President, as I look at the bill, the title consumes an entire page, one whole page. I'm wondering if Senator Frentz would yield for a question, Mr. President.
Senator Frentz will yield for a question. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senator Frentz, we see page 1 of the bill, which is the title. Can you tell us what the single subject is in this bill, as reflected in its title?
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Jaskowski. Are you asking me how this title fits the definition of single subject?
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. That was a question with a question, but I will go back, Senator Frentz. I'll read the constitutional provision again. No law shall embrace more than one subject which shall be expressed in its title. Okay, so the title is on page 1 of the bill if you have it in front of you. My question to you is, what is the single subject of this bill? as reflected in as expressed in its title.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Drazkowski. As I said before, the courts have interpreted that constitutional requirement to allow a description of the title to encompass what I would consider more than one specific subject. And that is why we have the single subject rule interpreted by both parties in both chambers to include what is clearly more than one specific subject.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Frentz. Well, Senator Frentz, if I was presented with the same question, I would struggle also to find a single subject in the full page of the title of this bill, because there is not a single subject. There are dozens and dozens of subjects included in the title of this bill, because this bill does not meet the requirement of the Constitution, Article 4, Section 17. And I share the same frustrations, and I will admit to you, we've seen this violation in other legislatures too. It's not just this one, but this one is a clear violation of it, and I have the same frustration that Senators Limmer and Matthews and Kroon and Barr, and I'm sure others have. So we have to get away from this omnibus because it does not meet the constitutional requirement. But that's not the main reason I stood up to talk, although it's an important one, a very important one. My main motivation, Mr. President, was around Article 1 of the omnibus bill, and we didn't talk a lot about it. We heard Senator Putnam introduce the agriculture part of the bill, and there's money in here for southeastern Minnesota, which is where I come from, southeastern Minnesota. And this is expressing, and members, legislatures will do this often. They will see a group, sometimes a small group, which I will admit is the case in southeastern Minnesota, jump up and down and raise all kinds of excitement about their disagreement with something, and get the legislature, or in this case, the majority in the legislature, to act. As a matter of fact, members, we had some far left environmental organizations, 11 of them, write a petition to the Environmental Protection Agency, and organizations including the MCEA and the Land Stewardship Project, who receive millions of dollars from millionaires and billionaires throughout this country, all the way from Silicon Valley to Chicago to New York and beyond. And they brought a petition to the Environmental Protection Agency. I should back up. Actually, MCEA, as I understand it, sued the Environmental Protection Agency years before that, and then just recently they brought a petition to the Environmental Protection Agency urging them to do something because in their estimate there were nitrate problems in the water in southeast Minnesota. So the Environmental Protection Agency, so we had these, which is largely Democrats in the far left environmental organizations, sue the Democrats in the EPA in Washington and say, we don't like what's going on here, you have to do something. So what the Democrats in Washington did at the EPA is they came out to southeastern Minnesota and they did 2 raids on 2 dairy farms in southeast Minnesota, unannounced raids, trying to find all kinds of bad things that these farmers were doing and what kind of things were they doing to pollute the water, etc. Well, they found nothing, Mr. President, but only days later after those raids, the EPA issued a letter to the state government, the Democrats in state government, in the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency and the Department of Agriculture and Department of Health and Governor Walz, and said, you guys have to do something because these Democrats in the MCEA and Land Stewardship Project want us to act, and we want you to act, and we don't think you're doing a good enough job of protecting people around the water quality standards that have been established both federally and at the state level. Well, the area they were talking about is the nitrate requirements, members, or the nitrate standards. And in our country, the nitrate standard is set at 10 parts per million, or 10 micrograms per liter, however you want to express it. And they came out and said that the state government isn't doing a good enough job and they need to act. Now, we have to remember that nitrates and nitrogen, and I heard Senator Putnam call it pollution. Well, I think what we need to remember is that nitrogen is a naturally occurring element in our world and in our atmosphere. As a matter of fact, 78% of the atmosphere, members, is nitrogen. Matter of fact, the background level in our groundwater varies between 2 and 3 or 3.5% nitrates regularly. So the correct term, Senator Putnam and other members, would be elevated nitrates. And it's not pollution. It's a naturally occurring element that if you go back to your core earth sciences in college, is expressed as a nitrogen cycle, which goes from one form of nitrogen to another, forms a nice circle, and comes back around again. But we have a limit that has been placed on this by the Environmental Protection Agency of 10 parts per million, which, members, some scientists believe we should actually raise to 20 parts per million. They believe 10 parts per million is actually too low. As a matter of fact, the World Health Organization has the nitrate standard for their use set at 50 parts per million, 5 times higher than the low 10 part per million number that is expressed by the Environmental Protection Agency and that we are talking about here today. Now, MCEA and Land Stewardship Project, using the millions that they got from donors throughout the country to advocate for what they are advocating for, came forward and said, do something. And that's what we have going on before us here in the legislature, members. I think context, though, members, is very important. So in 1947, 48, and 49, Minnesota had a real crisis for nitrogen, not this made-up one that MCEA and the other far-left environmental Democrat organizations are bringing forward for us today. But we had a real crisis in Minnesota. As a matter of fact, over those 3 years, Mr. President, we had, and you can read the research piece that was put together in March of 1950 by the U of M, but we had nearly 150 different wells in different cases of, these are private wells. In that case, back then, Mr. President, it was in southwest Minnesota, not southeast Minnesota, but southwest Minnesota. Members, Mr. President, back then, we were just learning about nitrates and their potential effect on babies. And so what we had back then in southwest Minnesota was lots of wells that were located too close to the septic systems. And so we had nitrates that were finding their way to the wells from the septic systems, and we had babies that were getting very, very sick, and the scientific community, Mr. President, was trying to figure out what it was that was going on. And they weren't talking, members, about 10 parts per million back then as they measured the nitrate levels. They were talking about 50 parts per million and 100 parts per million and 200 parts per million and 400 parts per million, and one well that had a sick baby that was 500 parts per million. That was in the late 1940s. And so the scientific community, the doctors, the medical community learned at that point in time in Minnesota what nitrates and nitrate ingestion for babies and the ability for methemoglobinemia to develop meant. And since then, we have made light years of movement from then. As a matter of fact, today, members, even though the MCEA and the Land Stewardship Project and the other 9 radical leftist organizations that brought the petition to get the action to spend money for us to do something, they brought forward, I lost my train of thought, members. So we have today, the light years that we have come forward, members, is indicative of what we have. Even though these organizations were clamoring to do something, when they're clamoring to do something, they were saying, we have blue baby syndrome in Minnesota, and these nitrates that are in the well at 10 parts per million or 12 or 15 or maybe 20 parts per million, which is a long way from 500 parts per million, Mr. President, that even though we had nitrate levels that high, today, my question to you, members, and to you, Mr. President, is where are the blue babies in Minnesota? As a matter of fact, even back in the 1940s and 50s, when they were dealing with the crisis back then, which was a real crisis, they learned that if a baby is sick from blue baby syndrome, you simply give it good water, and guess what? It goes away. Well, just recently in the last year, when MCEA and the other radical organizations brought out their scary stuff and started talking about blue babies, and I talked to my neighbors, they were assuming if there was a blue baby out there that the blue baby died. They assumed everyone was a dead blue baby. As a matter of fact, it couldn't be farther from the truth. Back then in the 1950s, the vast majority of them were cured within days, and they were back to normal life. And as a matter of fact, today, we don't have blue babies in Minnesota anymore. The latest data that we have, Mr. President and members, is a sampling the Minnesota Department of Health did between 2000 and 2016. They found 17 blue babies in 16 years. 17 blue babies in 16 years. And during the hearings with the Water Commission and other places in this legislature, within the last year, Mr. President, the Minnesota Department of Health was asked, can you show us the blue babies that we have in Minnesota today and where they're from? How many are from southeast Minnesota? How many of them were from drinking well water in these 6 counties or 7 counties, however many we've got that are included here? We still haven't heard, Mr. President, from the Minnesota Department of Health. You know why? Because they don't have any blue babies today. And the people bringing this forward are bringing forward something that is false. As a matter of fact, we don't have a problem with this here in Minnesota today, but we have a bill before us that has to do something. And I brought a bill too, Mr. President, earlier that did something in order to try to divert the negative energy that was accruing to the farmers and the good people of southeastern Minnesota. As a matter of fact, the agricultural practices that the MCEA and the other radical organizations keep bringing forward have improved in the last 30 to 50 years, and the water movement through soil takes largely 30 to 50 years before it hits the groundwater in many situations. Mr. President, the water quality is improving as the agricultural practices have improved in the last 30 to 50 years. We will see that continue to accrue as time moves forward and that 30 to 50 years is actually realized here in the state of Minnesota and in southeastern Minnesota. Our farmers are doing the best job in terms of the environment that they've done here in the history of this country, this state, in the world. And for us to not acknowledge those realities, instead have this reflexive reaction to simply do something because our base, certainly not my base, but the base of this legislature, the majorities in this legislature, is squawking and telling them they have to act, is ridiculous. Instead, we need to go back to science. And I outlined the history. I hope that the members of this legislature start to acknowledge that to a greater degree than we have. And, Mr. President, I'm wondering if Senator Putnam would yield for a question.
Senator Putnam is not in the chambers.
Mr. President, is Senator Putnam an author of this bill?
The author is Frentz, because it's his bill, and the others were added on to the bill, but he's not on the floor.
Mr. President, is Senator Putnam the author of the Agriculture Omnibus that's a part of this Omnibus?
Senator Putnam has provisions in the bill. His bill is rolled into this omnibus bill.
Okay, Mr. President, where is Senator Putnam? I'd like to talk to the chair of the committee, the author of this major segment of this omnibus bill.
Senator Jaskowski, you asked me a question I don't know the answer to. You asked me if he's on the floor. He's not on the floor. Senator Jaskowski.
Wow, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I guess I'm not going to get to ask Senator Putnam because he's not on the floor during this major discussion of a major bill that he is leading. So I guess that's all I have today, Mr. President, members. You have heard from me and somebody who's actually from southeastern Minnesota, and I hope that we can act with less impulse and reflexivity and instead act with something that is more measured and based in science. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think Senator Jaskowski got me going on thinking about nitrates. So I am in the Sub-Water Committee, and I gave this report. It's the nitrate in drinking water and risk of birth defects, findings from a cohort study of over 1 million births in Denmark. I sent that to Senator Putnam and Senator Hurd just to read over that. And a question I had in this committee to Minnesota Department of Health, MPCA, EPA, where did this 10 parts per million come from? I've asked for this since December, and I haven't got an answer. It's been crickets, kind of like the amount of people who are in here on these bills. So if we're going to have something scientific like 10 parts per million, we should have science to back that up, and I've never got that. So in this study that I gave them, they looked at the amount of birth defects that happened when a mother drank water that had nitrates in it, and the amount of birth defects that happened when a mother drank water without nitrates. And so we're talking about fetuses, so this would be the person that is going to be most affected by high nitrates. From 0 to 25 parts per million, fetuses are statistically the same as a mother who drinks water without nitrates. So we're regulating this at 10 parts per million when that doesn't even affect fetuses. It makes no sense. It's outrageous. We have science, or we're saying it's science, but it's not. So if we're going to say 10 parts per million, there has to be science behind that, and we don't have it. The WHO is 50 parts per million worldwide. We have to be there. So now we're spending $2 million to fix wells for people that are not being harmed by water. It's like we're buying votes or something, and I don't like it. Then we also hear things like nitrates are causing colorectal cancer. Fortunately, my wife is a doctor, and I was able to talk to her about some of these things. We can't find any studies that say that. One person said this, but there's no studies that say that this is happening. So now we just have people saying things, but we don't have any science to say that this is actually a thing. Another question I have is, Putnam's not here, but we're saying excessive nitrates. Well, they're not excessive. It's just a made-up number, and we can't be making bills that cost millions and millions of dollars off of fake documentation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, any other discussion before we go to the author of the bill, which is Senator Frentz? That would be the last person or the last voice we hear before we vote. Senator Nelson.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Well, I just wanted to speak to some of the provisions in the bill. Actually, I am disappointed that we have 3 omnibus bills crowded into one. It does make it hard for our constituents to follow what their senator supports and does not. So I'll be clear. There are things in this triple omnibus bill that I support, and there are things that I do not support. At the end of the day, however, I do want to call out the issues that I do support that I think are good steps. I personally am glad to see the nitrate work in the ag bill, providing resources for cleanup, providing resources to make sure Minnesotans can have their wells tested. And so while I understand one of my colleagues might be upset with the MPCA or the EPA, I'm just saying I'm concerned about the nitrates and making sure that, and it is true, what we're seeing today is from 20 years ago, what was happening, and ag practices are much different today, but I do appreciate the nitrate cleanup. I also appreciate the focus on geothermal. That is the very innovative energy process that can be very helpful, and so I'm glad to see the focus on geothermal. I also am glad to see some of the commerce positions as well. I saw none of those that I was concerned about, and appreciate including the good nitrate and the geothermal as well in this bill. I will be voting yes.
Senator Frentz, and then we will vote.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members, for your patience. I want to begin by thanking Senator Klein and Senator Putnam. It speeds it up to get this done. I also want to thank the members on the committee, Ranking Member Matthews, Senator Green, Senator Lucero, Rarick, Weber, and Senator Gruenhagen. Also to my DFL members, Dibble, Port McHugh, Hortmer Klein, and of course, Mitchell. Mr. President, we're asking for a green vote on this bill. I'll leave for another time the debate about single subject. However, I did promise the SCRUFA staff that if members are interested, there is a work titled Permissibility of Omnibus Bills under the Minnesota Constitution's Single Subject Clause, and remind members of both caucuses that the true champion of the single subject argument is Senator John Marty of Roseville. With that, members, I'd ask for a yes vote on Senate File 4942.
The Secretary will take the roll on final passage of Senate File number 4942. Members, please vote. Members, please vote. Senator Umu Verbaden for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
And Senator Morrison votes aye.
And Senator Morrison votes aye. Senator Jasinski for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 36 ayes and 30 noes. The bill is passed and its title agreed to.